Welcome to part 2 of our run through this year's relay race levels that were performed yesterday at SGDQ, Summer Games Done Quick 2023. The fact that we've needed a part 2 stream for this at all should probably give you an indication of how the first couple of levels went. We are through 5 out of 13, and let's just say we're not exactly on the same pace as the racers in the event. But regardless, we're going to kick the day off with level number 6 in a set, which is Cylindrical Citadel by Supernova, who was also the main level coordinator and curator of the single-player levels in the, well, not single-player, they're race levels, I should say, in the event. Basically everything other than the co-op showcase that was created by Big Red Boy and Real Beachin. I am going to post the current live code in the chat and pin it for the time being. The levels in the GDQ set, except for one that we'll see later, are all still available online. There is one that has been removed and maybe occasionally briefly re-uploaded, and that would be the one that is the portal level by Samuel, and we will hopefully get to that today. I mean, I certainly should think that we will get to that, because we have to be doing quite badly at the 2 levels before it for that not to be the case. We are going to follow the race order though, and let's see what we have here. What does a GDQ runner eat before the race? Nothing. They fast. And look at this quasi 3D staircase. And this screen wrap here, which actually immediately puts me in mind of another Supernova level from quite some time ago. This is, I believe, actually a reworking or expansion of a previous mechanical concept that he had. I played that level quite a while ago, maybe even 2 years ago, and so I can't exactly do a point-for-point comparison here. But the idea is that we kind of have to think about this as a screen boundary, and there is this sort of effect or simulation here of objects passing from one side to the other, which will probably be based on the screen activation. Well, that didn't work out. We're supposed to obviously tap that and hit it over to the on-off switch. I see now why Supernova did not require the other makers in the project either to necessarily check for SD logs, because of course everybody was under time pressure for racing. But that dropped off rather quickly. Tried to jump on that, of course, and send it to the left. I was wondering if that would activate something actually, but anyway. Oh. And then, of course, we activate that. And we needed to send it to the left to grab the key. Yeah, of course. After a second stop, which we totally failed to do, so. Just have to respond to that and get back into it quickly. Whoops. Yeah, we'll take the shell, we'll send it to the left. The key will be obtained. Nope. Well, this has happened a few times now. This stream, incidentally, has a notable distinction of being my first actual break from Tears of the Kingdom since released a couple of weeks ago. We had been recently featuring that daily, and yet there's your first demonstration of a screen wrap concept, which will not help us any here because we kind of missed the boat on taking the platform up to the other side for the key door, except you would basically, yeah, you need to get onto the platform quickly, jump over, and make it up to the key door. So kind of already like a bit of a hard mode and more time-sensitive version of the screen wrap mechanic we've seen previously, where you do need to sort of think about these mechanisms at platforming speed, what people might call Kaizo light speed, perhaps, and just kind of wrap your way up. And yeah, it's best to kind of map out the interaction and do it all in one smooth motion. The thwomp, obviously, if you're activating it, is going to go left, and then it's going to somehow simulate a screen wrap with a thwomp coming around the other side. You can see that there's something kind of contained by a one-way panel in the bottom left corner. And that does mean basically we activate the thwomp, we spin jump out of there, we spin jump over here, pow it, muncher drops one pow, and then the thwomp hits the other pow. Now, let's see. Yep, and then you need to wrap around back here, grab this, activate again, and of course, get up the key door smoothly. Yeah, basically, if you understand the entire motion that has to happen, you then need to kind of execute it smoothly without too much of a break as you adjust from one side of the screen to the other. That's the thing that makes this level distinctive. We'll try it again. Whoops. Let's not do that, obviously. Don't know why I was still in spin jump mode there, but I'll try to correct for that. Up we go. Kind of wondering about that second POW. And what, if anything, would happen from the second activation there. Anyway, this is going to continually wrap around. We need to a nice accurate drop over there. After we hit the on-off switch, that makes the blue skull platform in the middle available, as well as the key door. But we, yeah, basically would need to jump back across over to the blue skull, then do kind of a double tap against the spiny hat. Yeah, it seems like it's probably multiple shells that are being cycled around beneath the spike floor here. And it's just there, onto the skull, immediately out of there to the left. Grab the key, and then we'll see how to do from there. Alright, this way, and this way. Gradually, you just kind of adjust your mind to what's going on here, because, you know, the thing that really makes this whole mechanic click is just responsiveness, the smoothness of how something going off one edge of the screen seems to flow into the simulated screen wrap motion in the other way. And of course, one thing we have to keep in mind, it is going to be a spin jump off of the skull platform as well once we get there. And so the thing that kind of makes that particular motion with the 2 consecutive jumps off the spiny hat, what makes it click, of course, is that you're getting to the skull platform before you see the position of the second spiny that you land on, and so you're kind of making a mental time estimate based on a pattern and a speed at which the spiny shell is leaving the screen at the right side, and so it is a bit of a mental adjustment when it comes to timing. But it is very much like you're deflecting an object off screen in some ways, where you are predicting its motion and its time of arrival. Well, let's not lose to the easy stuff. At least not too much. Okay, up we go. And wrapping around, as before. We'll just position ourselves nicely. Which is one. Yeah, bit of a sizable drop when it comes to estimating our landing time. So we are, of course, going to try it again. Let's see what we can do. Up we go. And up again. We had the right idea, just a poor estimate of distance. I think one of the challenges when it comes to working out a timing like that is just thinking about where you're placing your eyes. You can't really be watching the left and right edges of the screen at once, of course, so you need a particular visual cue to work out the timing that you're going for. You just have to find something comfortable for that, you know, just something to latch onto perceptually. One of the reasons that I often think that streaming Mario Maker with eye tracking would actually be really interesting. It's one thing you certainly don't see, which is a... Whoops, mistake. Such a critical part of this game in general is just where are people looking, where's their attention at any given time. We're going to try it again. Up we go. Pretty smooth motion over here. And now comes the accuracy test. Backing off a little too early here. And we are through once again. Nope, I knew that angle wasn't quite good enough. Feels like we were kind of getting off of the skull a bit slowly. Maybe a shorter bounce towards the skull from the spiny instead of having quite so much airtime, so it isn't so far to the right when we do get a second bounce. We're clearly late on the second landing. Too much time in the air between jumps. And we just need to kind of iteratively figure out the correction for that, however that's going to go. And yeah, in general, the first spiny drop actually has to be hit a little further to the left. That time the timing was, rather the spacing was fine. The landing on the second drop obviously wasn't, but it's kind of closer to the pattern that this will ultimately look like when we get back there. Let's try that out again. Nope. You can kind of tell from the death markers there that there's this kind of cluster at the attempted landing locations on either side, as you would expect. After such a nice wide target like a thwomp. Definitely a bit of a change of pace. There we go, that's accurate. And now, of course, this is sort of interesting because it's, again, a bit of a change in perception to be going in the same direction as the spiny shell. When on the left side, you have to watch the screen wrap to really get a sense of when it's going to be coming. Because going left to right is the first thing you do on the screen. It's also the last thing you do on the screen, but with less information in the conventional sense. Whoops. No, it's going to drop off. Anyway, let's try it again. And up we come. And then, yeah, double hop there because, of course, the skull has been removed. We had a right idea, just didn't quite commit enough to the horizontal bounce over there, and it's just a matter of landing that on target. I think we're back there soon enough. Yeah, at this point, it's just a matter of watching the timing. It's quite a nice room, actually. Kind of a simple and elegant escalation of how you need to engage with a mechanic where it becomes little by little more and more necessary to pay attention to the information that the simulated screen wrap is giving you. I think as with any complex mechanisms or illusions, in Mario Maker. In creations of this level of complexity, that the trick is to just kind of make it feel intuitive, so you know the player is kind of parsing it as one single idea, like, oh look, it's a screen wrap. Or conceptually, they don't need to think about the mechanism too much because they can kind of look at it in one big clump. And this is something that Supernova's levels are generally quite good at. Because he does like his complicated setups that are also easy to understand from a player's perspective, where you don't need to think too much about how things are put together while you are in the act of playing through it. Okay, knock this out. Like, here we go. We can get back here relatively consistently, at least. Nope. Bumped the wall completely. That was very unfortunate. Yeah, it's a very elegant room, actually. Just simple and easy to understand. Yet something we find ourselves returning to again and again because the execution is certainly not trivial. Part of it is that there is this switch between left to right and right to left, and it's really astonishing sometimes. I've commented on this many times in the past with other levels, how so much of Mario conditions you to think in terms of left to right when it comes to muscle memory, camera position, absolutely everything, that doing the symmetrical, or rather mirrored interactions going from right to left certainly isn't equivalent when it comes to difficulty, simply because of that lack of familiarity. So, this very minute mental switch up here between going one direction and reversing in the spiny head room after this one is challenging in a very subtle way. Also because you have a different height coming off of the initial jump when you drop in the top and when you come out the side, so... Now, anyway, you would think that's going to be simple and equivalent, and here we are with checkpoint 1. Has a nice use of the screen wrap illusion as well. And of course, at this point, we're going to think about how the tracks are going to flow into each other. Once, of course, we gain enough airtime to actually survive any of that. Interestingly enough, look at the checkpoint. There's a bit of a checkpoint illusion there too when it comes to placement. I think it's probably just a bone shell dropping through here. I don't know if you can enter the pipe for any kind of little bonus screen, but I presume not, because it would just drop you into the abyss. But yeah, look at the checkpoint illusion here, because the checkpoint placement manipulates the camera location. The screen wrap illusion continues this way because of the way the 50 coin is placed over on the right side. So this is something that really kind of commits to the idea in a way that is only apparent if you take a death in the second segment. It's a very nice little aesthetic touch. It's just a bit of a bonus treat for people who are paying attention to it. Once again, trying to leave that platform before we run into the corner is actually not trivial. Finding your head around the spikes is also non-trivial. Watching the platforms is not bad at all here. Minding the spikes is probably a bigger challenge by far, and of course, being able to hit both blocks together is something that naturally has some choke potential. Standing on the left of the platform, if you can, to get a double hit as a contingency might be a good idea, but I don't know if you really can do that. Nope, not. Maybe so. If you really do need to get a second jump, perhaps you can, but it would be a bit of a tight timing to recover that way. You should just kind of count on having hit that in the middle. Dead center. Of course, as with any vertical climb, you're sort of at mercy of the camera position here. As you're gaining elevation, always something that's very challenging to design around. The ceiling spike is actually just barely within view. No, you're supposed to load that, obviously. And so we need to throw a little bit higher, or at least a little bit sooner, to get that past muncher onto the platform. And that'll be the next little trick here as the shell gets loaded. Once again, have to hit dead center. There we go. Too low. Consistently too low. Too slow, too, because you have to get over to that spin jump fast enough to land on the other side of the muncher platform, I'm pretty sure. So we're doing that whole sequence too slowly. I mean, these levels, as a batch, are tuned for people who are very technically gifted players when it comes to just their crispness when it comes to tightening corners around our jumps and platforming. And we should expect that the margins of error are, in some cases, going to push you to be that snappy about getting to the right place at the right time. Okay, dead center. It's dead center, of course, because it's a dry bones and it's dead. Yeah, so we actually have been activating that platform with the Buzzy too late. That's the issue. That time we had a good timing, we just didn't survive long enough to see it. But that's one of the issues that I'm running into there, is that I was activating that platform too late and too low to begin with, while the muncher platform is being loaded in with a controlled timing on the left side. One thing I'm definitely thinking about here is when the load-in actually happens for the mechanisms to get all the timing to land consistently. I would have assumed that's all on the first screen. Yeah, because the Buzzy Shell, once it lands on the left side, would be collecting coins on the left side of the lift, so the illusion is that the muncher at the screen edge is actually a shared muncher over the screen wrap, and then, you know, it's going to be like it's in the middle of the platform that's going up the track along the wall. Either wall. So you've got the Buzzy Shell that goes back and forth there, and we'll see what kind of illusion it activates or plays into once we get to the top. But of course, first we have to accurately throw it into that position. And then, yeah, so nice and quick over to the Buzzy. That's going to be a trick here. Sort of interesting how that matches up as well, and there we go. Supernova, welcome. We hit that too late to catch the platform. Yeah, because it's supposed to be something that we hit the off switch fast enough for this to catch the track. That's what it is. Yeah, Supernova, welcome. I was just appreciating what you had done to commit to the screen wrap illusion at the checkpoint screen. I thought it was just a particularly nice touch, and the kind of touch that, in the context of a relay race, of course, you know, one wouldn't really have the time and attention to point out. It's kind of nice that we can do a bit more of a casual run through these and really pay attention to some of the subtleties, like the way that the turn blocks here match the coins on the other side, which is something else that caught my attention. Did I beat the Goomba level? Yes, it was an undertaking. It took some time, but of course we did. Otherwise we wouldn't be on this one, would we? What? Do you think I would just skip it or something? Of course not. We did beat it. It took some time. It took some work. Yeah, and afterwards I checked back to see how far the runners got, and I guess nobody actually got through the final key door to see the ending sequence. Maybe I handed the controller to my neighbors because that's a likely scenario. Well, I mean, at what point do you think I handed it? If I really kind of wanted to commit to simulating relay race conditions, maybe, but whoops, no. Anyway, this is my Super Nintendo controller. I'm not handing it to anybody. I actually nearly forgot to charge it before I went on stream last night because it had been so long since I played Mario Maker. Yeah, oddly enough, from the levels that remain live, currently Nabuza's level has the lowest clear rate by far. But then it's on a fairly low sample size for all of these levels, of course, with a lot of things hovering around 1% mark. And some of them having quicker times to death, I suppose. Or in some ways, the Goomba level might have had its clear rate slightly inflated by the fact that you can get quite far in it and take your time with it before you really get into trouble. Of course, we're running into trouble in quite a few segments. Whoops. Yeah, so there is an intensive here to get there as quickly as possible. And yeah, you thought for sure it would have been cleared. Yeah, because Mang was saying yesterday that Nabuza's level was the only one that Mang could actually clear within 8 minutes on the first try. And I was having a pretty breezy time with it up to a point, and then we hit a bit of a wall. Not because of anything involving our understanding of it, but just in terms of, you know, very simple mistakes that can be deceptive in terms of hitting the eggs the right way and all that, so. Okay, let's make this jump. I do have a tendency to rush that jump, partly because of the camera positioning here, kind of making me wary of track pulling me to the left, and partly because we know there's a bit of time pressure to get to that on switch as quickly as possible, so. But yeah, certainly the Goomba level was, for me anyway, harder than anything I remember from GDQ matches in previous years. Mostly because of stuff like that. How drop under the key door just as one example where, that's the kind of thing that's actually a very easy technique and a very common one for the sort of players who are like the streamers who were invited into the race, but which is a bit of a point of difficulty for me. And everybody has their own weaknesses mechanically. And item handling is definitely one of mine, so... that and just sort of understanding some minute corrections that you need to make here when you... the vertical segment especially, or timing certain drops. That up throw near the end was particularly troublesome. But in the end we made it, that's the important thing. Catch the platform, good. And I knew to reverse there, we just didn't position that very well. Because you kind of need to be facing right at the point of landing for the momentum there to be correct. Coming off the goon. Certainly one thing we were talking about on a stream yesterday was the presence of a lot of SD locks in these levels under the assumption that in a race context people are just going to be seeking a death anyway. Or perhaps taking the time to scout information in some of the later clear condition levels, as we actually saw on stream. To a certain extent though, I'm playing this and wondering, maybe some of the permissiveness when it comes to things like SD locks were also just to make these mechanics work without, whoops, too much fussing around with, certainly some quality checks that will not be relevant to a relay race situation anyway. Yeah, I could definitely get the impression right away that the style guide for it was just going to be very permissive. Again, because, in the relay people aren't generally just going to be milling about to see if they can progress. It's much more noticeable though when you're replaying these levels at my pace and my style of exploration. Whoops, no. We're going to need the shell. Pretty clear to me that we'll need a shell once we're up top, so... Oops. Although I haven't been able to pay attention carefully to what the shell is actually doing, I think it's a switch activation. But I honestly haven't kept my eyes on that part of the level. So yeah, I was saying also earlier that I do remember your first cylindrical level from about 2 years ago. There's kind of an interesting reworking of that concept, with a very different kind of platforming difficulty tuning, of course, from what I remember, for a rather different context. But it was definitely a concept that could sustain more levels like this one, so very glad to see it back in some ways. I've thought that about several of the levels, especially the ones by people whose work I know well. Was that some of the creations for the relay this year were very characteristic of makers in terms of iterating upon some past concepts with some new and fresh ideas, and certainly a very different kind of difficulty tuning, perhaps. It's a little more appropriate to what the relay was going for. No, we need to jump over to the left, jump over to the right. When the platform wraps around. Yeah, I think. Obviously, we do need to stay alive to hit the on-off switch, and then we need to do that by reading in a way that the yellow platform is going to continue across the wall, and new one's going to come from the right side. Well, Supernova, I guess you could say, you've been firing on all cylinders. This block's just giving the player something to do in a segment when you have to stall to get things loaded in. But yeah, just landing on that and getting kind of a running jump over to spike to the next one. I think so anyway. I'm not entirely clear. Hopefully the Goomba isn't supposed to stay alive. I think it might have to. Unless I'm just reading that. Because what's my landing point going left or right, right? It seems like it would have had to be the Goom. I might be wrong about that. We'll see. Oops. Dead center? Nope, not dead center. That's one other thing about the relay set is that I've definitely noticed that, you know, there are definitely a lot of these crowd pleaser moments for things that are elements with very high choke potential that are also instantly understandable to the general audience. Hitting this block off center is certainly a very good example. Whoops. It's kind of interesting to think about because it's not very often, outside of perhaps a lot of troll levels, that people are thinking about an audience not just in terms of players, but in terms of a mass viewing audience. There aren't that many contexts for that, really. GDQ being one of the most prominent ones. Obviously, things like trolls, especially the ones that make it to the big troll streamers, are things that are designed with a lot of spectator potential in mind, but I think with platforming levels you don't necessarily quite get that so much. And the effort that was put into some of those elements across several of these levels was definitely something noticeable. Oh yeah, that's what I needed a shell for. Not a switch activation, of course, but just from getting up here. It took me a moment to really kind of piece everything together there, even though I was doing that part of the level all this time without really thinking about it. Which makes me wonder what I'm missing about the yellow platform segment up top, where we hit the Goomba on the way up. Whether it feels like I'm missing something to jump on, potentially, or if I'm just underestimating what I can get from jumping distance just going from yellow platform to yellow platform if it ramps across. We'll have to get back there to see, of course. No use theorizing about it now until we can get back upstairs later in the climb. Nope. A little bit rusty in this game generally, of course. But we're getting back into it. Nope. I just lean into that corner. I keep making that mistake. Multiple places. And yeah, given the speed at which the platform is ascending, when you get up to the Goomba landing up above with that diagonal arrow, that's kind of a bit of a camera adjustment spot in some ways. Just to let everything catch up. And with that diagonal arrow being just within view as you get there. There we go. Getting a bit of practice with that pipe. This is feeling a lot more natural now anyway. Oh. Okay, that was a save. Yeah, you definitely need Goon to go up there. You hit the... I wonder if I'm too slow to hit the block. Maybe I'm supposed to hit the block in that first cycle there, and just by going faster. I'm not sure that it's reachable, though. It looks like it is reachable, given the time at which I'm getting to the Goomba. That I'm just a little bit faster, maybe I am able to hit it that way. Unless it's meant to be something... I mean, the way you would be engaging with the screen rep in that segment, though, is probably by following the platform left and going back to the right. Presumably. But we don't really know that for a fact. Well, we'll see. We'll check the timing there when we actually get there successfully. Whoa, that was actually too quick. That's not something that happens every day. I'm going to say that just as it has happened again. Just need to have a better estimate of our air time that's required as we get off the platforms. But yeah, we'll see it when we get back up there. What the yellow platform timing is going to be. I mean, we haven't really been successfully made it to the left side there yet. So all else is academic until we do. Too soon, actually. Got around the corner at least, but... Yeah, because it seems like off the Goom, by the time you get to the yellow platform, you're definitely out of range of the on-off switch. It's just a touch too far to the right, so... I think it is going to go left and then go right. Probably just jump platform to platform. And really kind of commit to that. What would be really interesting with this, as well as Cylindrical Stronghold, is to take a playthrough of it and to do a video edit of it that actually takes the screen, doubles it, and, you know, it pastes two screens side by side to demonstrate the effect. Kind of like what was done with the video edit of the Ronaldo Moon co-op level that used that screen illusion in the 7MMC. where the different camera views were pasted together, I mean. It would be kind of interesting to see that in action and get a sense of how that fits. Now, the funny thing is that I'd also, not long ago, earlier this year, replayed NSMB DS for the first time in well over a decade. I mean, for the first time since the DS was current, actually. And one thing I had vaguely remembered about it was that there was a screen wrap level. I don't remember if that also returns later in the NSMB series, but... Oh, there we go. But NSMB DS is full of stuff like that, where it's a surprisingly experimental game, especially if you return to it now and understand how many elements of it never actually made it back, either in Maker or in the mainline series. It's actually a very weird game. Oh, no, the Goom's right there. Okay, you can just spin it down below. Yes, I see. Of course, because it's the SMW Goomba. I was thinking in the back of my mind that's exactly how it should work, and I just never bothered to check its position when you stomp on it. Because of course you get a second stomp on it if you spin while it's in its disabled form, where it has fallen and it cannot get up. Yeah. I was kind of thinking it in the back of my head, but we didn't just get back here to see it in time. Obviously, you need a little bit more of a run there as you fall into that in such a way that you don't run into a spike on the way down, but it seems fairly obvious to me at this point that that is the interaction. Do I remember which level that was in the NSMB DS? I don't remember it by number, unfortunately, because in NSMB DS, all of the levels are just by number. It must have been into Skyworld, though. How did I think about it? Because it is a vertical climb. And you do kind of need to solve the screen wrap puzzles on the fly if you want to get collectible coins inside it. But it plays very much like this in some ways. At a very different difficulty tuning, of course. And or in the Nintendo traditional style. You remember 9-4 from Super Wii? Oh yeah, of course you do. I remember that was the one that you spent a little bit of time crashing against. Just a little. Yeah, it's kind of interesting to think about how, you know, this notion of levels having one focused mechanic per level isn't something that really exists until you get to the NSMB series. I need to spin off of that, or no, do I need to catch it so I can take a damage boost? I think I'm supposed to wear it so I can take a damage boost. I am supposed to wear it. Oh yeah, that was the area where there was this crazy panga maneuver on the stream, if I recall. where he had actually managed to salvage that with a second shell. I don't remember exactly how it looked, I just remember that it happened. Whoops. But yeah, in general, I don't really remember NSMB levels by number all that well, in spite of the fact that the classic series, SMB 1 through Super Mario World, I actually kind of do. Like if you go back to SMB 3, you know, you can just kind of pull stuff out of the back of your head, like how Grebo's shoe is in 5-3 and so on. But yeah, of course, Super Mario World has the benefit of not entirely being by number, but by world name and number, which is in some ways a little bit easier to contextualize. I guess having levels all be individually named is actually something that doesn't really arrive until games like Yoshi's Island. In fact, the last time I revisited Yoshi's Island, which was, I think, about 2 years ago at this point, it was very surprising to me to see how many modern platformer conventions, particularly Nintendo conventions, actually begin there. Not in the other mainline Mario games or in DKC, or anything like that. Particularly with anything involving collectibles, but even so, at that point, they definitely, you know, didn't really have this concept of platforming levels being one central concept per level. It was much more of a variety adventure at every step, even levels with very recognizable concepts like touch fuzzy, get dizzy, or whatever. You know, that's actually only one part of the whole experience. So it's kind of interesting to think about how a lot of modern Mario design, as well as what is customary in Maker design, has become much more conceptually focused, just as a bit of a general aesthetic or design principle. I mean, obviously there are just so many things that are different about Maker to begin with. Just given differences in everything from lives to checkpoints, you're not going to have the same platforming experience, and you can't really design things to assume that things will work the same way. That was too far to the left. Too far to the right, rather. The Goomba was too far to the right. And I noticed that and I was wondering, can I still salvage that? Seems not. So yeah, it seems like it's going to be a helmet catch plus damage boost. Document, welcome. Document, we can hopefully get to yours soon. I was really looking forward to it. I was actually just saying on yesterday's stream that perhaps it's not such a bad thing that we're doing so badly. I have to just in a second batch tomorrow because I actually do want Document here to talk about at that level. We need to spin off of this one. I don't know that I can catch that shell with that timing. I think maybe I do have to spin off that one and catch a second one. I have to look at that again. The Mule Candy Corp. When you tell your kid that you have Document at home. Oops. And yeah, Document, the reason that we were kind of talking about that was because this level reminded me of the screen wrap level in NSMBDS, which I replayed earlier this year. And I was thinking about how, you know, that seemed to be one of the defining hallmarks of the NSMB series, is that Nintendo themselves at that point really started to move towards the one concept per level idea, which if you think about it, what NSMBDS was 2006, Galaxy 1 was 2007. You can see that, you know, that kind of conceptual focus is much more of a hallmark of Galaxy 2 than Galaxy 1, for instance. And of course, it's an absolute staple of how things look by the time you get to 3D land and 3D world. I think that kind of focus is absolutely necessary for something like ROM hacks, though, because you are parsing so much new information in ROM hacks when it comes to the mechanics or tricks that are unique to a new piece of content. So there's a little bit of a mental load there that you're not able to cover for just with previous experience in the same game or same level set, right? I mean, I'm not really that much of a ROM hack player. I'm more of a spectator, so I'm just kind of going by my impression here. But to me, the thing that makes ROM hacks distinct, even from Maker, is that you have to contend with things that are truly novel at every turn. So, you know, to have a very focused learning process, I think, is absolutely necessary. I have actually never played Super Meat Boy myself. I know there was some kind of big controversial music change at some point where apparently the original composer withdrew the rights or something. I remember hearing about that years ago when I was sort of scoping up when and how to get into Super Meat Boy, and then in the end I just never actually wound up playing it. Because it's one of those games that I think, as with the Michael Jackson contribution to Sonic 3, you know, you have people who are from the first generation of players who are very attached to the original music and are sad that it is, for legal reasons, never coming back. Whoa. Speaking of the Michael Jackson or Sonic 3, something just kind of clicked in the back of my head. With Deft Spies having made the Spring Yard Zone music later in this set. I actually don't know enough about Sonic 3, honestly, or whichever Sonic game that was from to comment on that further. But in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, wait a minute. You know, Adeptus Smize is such an 80s pop guy. Was that one of the Michael Jackson tracks, or am I thinking of something different? Anyway, I may be confused about that. You're saying Super Meat Boy is a very fun game and pretty challenging. Sorry, I'm only reading half that message. Well, yeah, I still have mixed feelings about that. So the kind of instant reload system where, you know, people don't care about lives anymore, as in a Kaizo context, is something I also closely associate with Celeste, for instance, which, as I keep saying, is an excellent game at the particular thing that it does, but is also something that has a very different approach to difficulty than what I've traditionally played towards. Because it's a very interesting study in contrast when it comes to what kind of difficulty people want in a platformer, whereas, you know, for me the gold standard is something like hard mode in Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, where you really get to experience these huge, full-scale elaborations of a core design concept all at once. That's the correct interaction. You loop around once, you grab the second shell. That is the intended interaction, given the timing here. Yes, I see it. Yeah, so it looks like that is the intended timing. I was thinking that might be it, but when I saw the timing of the first shell, it's like, well, I mean, it's clearly loaded into a spot that is ready for the same kind of spin jump maneuver. It's just that I kept forgetting the spin jump. Surely it's because of the second shell coming off the belt that you have a better timing for when you get off the platform. But anyway, like I was saying, you know, conventionally I'm sort of attached to this idea of difficulty over long stretches that you need to be consistent over, where, you know, you have elements that are kind of maybe medium hard, but you need to be pretty crisp and you need to have a good sense of planning in some ways. And so definitely it was a big adjustment going to a game like Celeste, where you're just going kind of screen by screen and taking like 100 deaths on the strawberry or something when you're first learning it. I still have to go back to it sometime, because one thing that I want to sort of test this idea against is going for golden strawberries in Celeste, which I never actually did. Because I sort of wonder how playing perfectly with no deaths over a long stretch of multiple screens kind of fits into the tightness of the difficulty tuning that you see in that game, where, you know, I wonder if that would actually click for me as a player. Because I always love those continuous no checkpoint challenges that kind of show you a ton of level design compound upon itself in one big clump. And you would think the golden strawberry experience would give you that, it's just I haven't really gone back to relearn the game. I did get 100% on all the red strawberries and most of the B-sides. I think that's the point at which I dropped it. Supernova, heard of golden flags? I don't think so. Unless I'm missing a particular context here. It might ring a bell. I hear more about what you're aiming at. One life, all berries on a chapter. No, I didn't know that, actually. I have not heard of that. That sounds beyond me, given how I did with some of the berries in the game. However, I'm trying to think back to Celeste. Like, was I actually playing that on Joy-Cons? I think I was. And just because of, well, the Joy-Con directional buttons, I think I played on stick, which is generally uncomfortable for me when it comes to platforming, but which made sense at the time for a lot of those continuous aerial motions, just not so much for any kind of diagonal precision, right? So I kind of want to go back and relearn Celeste with a proper D-pad at some point. To see how I do with it. I mean, although I've conventionally been a D-pad player for most platformers, I find that, you know, sometimes you see games that have a little bit more chunkiness to the movement and are much more about like making really rapid aerial adjustments and such, where a stick actually does make a lot of sense because they might have been designed with that in mind as a movement scheme. Whereas playing with a stick will never ever feel right for me in 2D Mario. Whoops. Wow, I've been on this a long time. I just noticed. Anyway, I hope the stream production is going okay today. I've been trying to resolve some of the sound issues lately. Trying some new things. And we've generally been okay. But then I had one Zelda stream last week that was particularly bad when it came to latency, so... an audio delay. How come the Goomba is so late this time? I mean, the Goomba's spawning position would be camera dependent, right? Like, maybe I didn't scroll the camera up early enough? Seemed like the Goomba was incredibly late. Unless maybe the platform activation time was off or something. Huh. It didn't seem like it was even remotely in position. So maybe I just jumped too low at a certain point when it was supposed to get within camera range and a spot that was supposed to be basically guaranteed. Not exactly sure. And Supernova, you say you can only play with a stick. Yeah, I hear sometimes that I'm often surprised to hear that, you know, I think people like Panga play on a stick actually. And a lot of the Kaizo players that sort of came in with that post-Maker 1 generation, like they're stick players. To me, that seems completely unfamiliar. I think it's partly a generational thing that, you know, I'm always surprised at how young a lot of the really proficient Mario experts tend to be, where there are definitely people who would not have grown up with the NES or Super Nintendo when they were current, right? Like, but actually kind of went back to them probably around the 2000s at most, or discovered things via the GBA ports or through other means. But anyway, you know, a generation for whom analog sticks in general are just a little bit more familiar, whereas yeah, I basically need a D-pad to play this at all, so... Okay, got a little bit stuck against a wall there and lost momentum. Hitting the switch should spawn it in. Okay, I guess maybe I had a late activation or something, but... Or I did save the platform just in time, but I was kind of wondering about that Goomba. We're taking so long in these levels, I might even need a third stream for all I know. Whoa. No. Off center once again. Yeah, document you're a D-padder. Like I said, it might very well be a generational thing. Oops. You know what really annoys me about some modern games, not from Nintendo, but from some other companies, particularly a lot of Western third parties, is when they don't have D-pad support for basic menu navigation, where they expect you to just target a cursor or something, right? Or just basic menu functions, like, you know, trying to scroll through your options or something. Okay, where... I see. The one-way panel actually does brace my position pretty well there. We jump up and catch. Whoops, missed a jump. You're still surprised perchance didn't get the checkpoint on this. Yeah, I don't remember too much about the relative progress of the two teams. But of course, you know, you would have been super attentive to your own level, understandably. But, you know, basically, platforming movement is one thing, but, you know, if you have a menu screen where I want to tap my directional buttons, right, you've got to give me D-pad support. But I think starting sometime around the GameCube, PS2, Xbox generation, you know, things were so centrally designed around a stick set, and D-pads became a bit of an afterthought. And you can tell that, you know, even with Nintendo themselves, the D-pad in a GameCube was definitely an afterthought. In some ways, it's not a particularly usable D-pad, it's just too small and out of the way. Or you basically use it to taunt people in Smash Melee. And of course, at that time, they just weren't really even thinking about 2D designs on home consoles, right? Which is something that I still find quite sad about the game industry in the early 2000s. In spite of the fact that I loved the GameCube otherwise, I just think that, you know, one thing that will always be a little bit of a mark against the GameCube is that pretty much the one 2D platformer of note was played with the bongos. It was very good, mind you, the bongos are great, and no complaints about that, but that's what I mean when I say the D-pad is an afterthought, is that, you know, they weren't even designing 2D platforms around it. Whoops. Oh, spin jump, yeah. I don't know why that particular brain fart tends to get me. It's a very obvious thing to do, right? Yeah, I love Jungle Beat. I regret not owning it, actually. I rented it back when you could actually get the game plus bongos at a local mom-and-pop video rental in a neighborhood. Back when you could do that kind of thing. I mean, that's really not something you get in video games anymore. And I regret not owning it now, in fact. I sort of wish I still had it with the actual bongo drums to, you know, really push to higher medals. I got gold medals, and I didn't really get the top class of medals when I was playing it. But yeah, it wasn't surprising at all to know that it was the Jungle Beat team that was brought onto the Mario series to develop Mario Galaxy and take over from the previous Sunshine team. Because that's something I knew going into Mario Galaxy, I remember, and I went into Mario Galaxy thinking, wow, I actually recognize some of these concepts from Jungle Beat, especially, you know, just swimming through suspended bubbles of water or things like that. That there are actually some really great platforming concepts that debuted there. James D, welcome. James D, as you can see, I'm under a certain amount of self-imposed pressure to beat this stuff faster than I've been doing so I can get back to Zelda. I mean, I enjoy these levels a lot, obviously, but much business awaits in that game. Although I guess I stopped at a very good midpoint in some ways. So this is actually, as I was saying much earlier, the first day. King Dragoon warning me of an all games all day raid. Getting ready to shout that out in just a moment. Oh wait, you already came in. Okay, I didn't hear my notification. Huh. Let me give you a proper shout out. Yeah, I think my notification didn't fire again for some reason. Give you a shout out in both the old and the new style. But yeah, I was very, very impressed with Jungle Beat. Anyway, James D, as I was saying, that this is the first day since the launch of Tears of the Kingdom that I have not played Tears of the Kingdom. I actually paused at an interesting midpoint for that to happen because I did wind up with 60 shrines at the end of my previous stream. Whoops. Mr. All Games all day, you've been meaning to get the drums to play Jungle Beat. Yeah, I was actually just saying before you came in that I regret not owning it. I played it on a rental originally. I wish I had actually gotten to Game Plus Mongos. That happens with a lot of late generation Nintendo stuff, actually. That you know in the back of your mind that stuff like that is going to go up in value. I knew that about, Path of Radiance, for instance, and I still didn't manage to get my own physical copy of Path of Radiance. And that was just crazy valuable. Happens every generation. That's what happened to Earthbound back in the Super Nintendo. That's what has happened to a lot of the 3DS software for obvious reasons. Xenoblade X is suddenly very valuable because it's trapped in a Wii U. Even a standard Xenoblade X disc nowadays, which I do have. I did play it at launch. Jungle Beat I'm not sure about, but I imagine that the bongos are kind of harder to come by. There we go, finally. No, you jump back there. You actually do have an opportunity to grab another shell for another damage boost. I have to think about this. Anyway, sorry, I'm a little behind on the chat from the Raiders coming in, but anyway, Mr. All Games All Day, I hope you've been enjoying Maker yourself. I know you were running viewer levels, and that, of course, you had the party room for watching this with those of us who are too cheap to have access to the subscriber-only chat on the official GDQ channel. And yeah, Panga did clutch this precisely that spot, actually, with the Buzzy Shells, which we have not successfully negotiated. Oh, and you think it was the Beast. Okay, maybe it was. Yeah. But I thought it was Panga as well, actually. I kind of vaguely remember the commentators going a little nuts over that, but well, completely missed a shell. Completely missed that shell. And yeah, James D will get to the glitch level later. It has been pulled down by Samuel. I know he's been uploading it for people upon request. He actually did re-upload it briefly earlier today. I do have a local copy though, because I was warned in advance. But yeah, I mean, obviously I need to, actually beat this level, and I'd just like it to get to Samuel later in the stream, but that is certainly the plan. Okay. So not only do you need to survive this first one, I think you do need to survive the second one. There we go. Yeah, much cleaner when you can see it. That is 3 shells, and then here you go, GG. And again, commitment to the screen wrap effect. Yeah, James D. Curbs is a very fun player to watch. You know what I like about Lil Curbs is that his video edits are very concise. In some ways, despite not really ever watching him live, I'm a lot more aware of his level of play than I am of a lot of other people in Maker 2, simply because he just does this thing where he shows you to play through, he slows it down to show you the specific tricks that he works out, 2 or 3 minutes, and you're just done with the video, and you've gotten a very complete experience of where that expertise is actually happening and what's difficult about a level we're in. It's just actually a very good video editor, you know, and that's something you have to give credit for. Anyway, Supernova. We got clear at number 42, which is definitely a reason for a moment of deep thought. And we're going to go on to the next level. So let me just unpin this code, and we're going to go on to document next. And let me just grab that. Yeah, Mr. All Games All Day, what do you get if you multiply 6 by 9? Interestingly enough, so, because this is the kind of content you come for on this stream. At the end of the book, Life, the Universe, and Everything, when Arthur Dent pulls out the handmade Scrabble tiles that spell out the question, what do you get if you multiply 6 by 9? Which erroneously resolves to 42 because that's a big cosmic joke that happens to work in base 13. His Scrabble set, you will notice, has 3 copies of the letter Y, when in an actual official Scrabble set, which is a 15 by 15 board rather than 13 by 13, there are only 2. But of course, you know, he's working from memory from a planet that has been long destroyed, so he has an excuse. Anyway, that's my little bit of Douglas Adams trivia for you today. So, and yeah, it totally works in base 13, by the way, but Douglas Adams insisted that that was never intentional. Oddly enough, there actually is something by Lewis Carroll, who was famously a teacher of mathematics, aside from writing Alice in Wonderland. Lewis Carroll actually does have something in one of his poems that is a joke in base 13. I'd have to dig up exactly what it is. Anyway, let's dig up documents code. You have a tattoo. Is it the... I'm thinking what a tattoo could possibly be, and I'm thinking it's the kind of green alien with the arms that's on the cover of... Oh, Don't Panic. Okay, okay. Not like an extract of Vogon poetry or something. SGDQ, Orange Euclid. When items are visibly touching orange, the switch state changes. This is a crazy, crazy mechanic. And I was going to ask Document, how on earth did this get put together? And there was previously some chatter on Discord about it, but we'll look at this level and we'll talk about it then. So, once again, thank you, Supernova, for enduring my playthrough of your level. That was maybe not the most efficient, taking up about as much time as was booked for the entire speedrun. Not as much time as we spent on the Goombud level yesterday, though. That one still remains a toughie. Anyway, this is spelling things out for you. It tells you these 3 objects. Give you this. I don't know what the blaster is doing here. But anyway, let's jump. Lovely tutorial segment here. Works out very well. But then, wait a minute, I want to see this. If it's in the orange segment, how come the height detection only works up to that point? Does height detection not work on the right side? I guess it has to be within a certain range. Can we start over and take a look at this? Oh, I see, because it's a red switch to start. Yeah, okay, that's why you can't just chuck it there. Yeah. That's an interesting way to control the spring, then, because the detection mechanism is actually entirely based on elevation, right? Like, you don't actually get to detect it based on the X position. But anyway, we'll whoops, didn't mean to go there. Because let's say you go here, then you've got 2 springs. Oh, but you actually need to clear this completely to... Wait, but then what if you trade this? Okay, watch this, watch this. Hang on. Watch what? Hang on. I'm gonna do it. I'm going to do it. There we go. There we go, 2 springs. For absolutely no reason. Except that we can. Whoops. Oh, I lost it. Okay. Can we set that up again? I want to see what this does. Let's, I don't think there is cheese, I just want to see what happens. I'm just curious. Because this is the kind of experience you don't get on a speedrun relay. So. Hang on. Because if you change the number of items that you're loading in on the other side, does that actually affect anything? Let's see. You honestly didn't think of this? See, this is why I think I still have my, you know, Tears of the Kingdom aviation brain going on here, where we're trying out crazy things that are, from a gameplay perspective, actually completely unnecessary. And, okay, let's not accidentally enter the door. I don't think you can do anything with it, but of course you can carry a spring with you, perhaps. Maybe toss. Yeah, basically you'd want this position on the belt so you have a place to jump. Because I guess the idea is that you would toss on this side and then... Hang on. You'd have to let it go anyway, though, right? Because the idea... Oh, I see. Yeah, no, you bounce like that. Okay, yeah, I see. Let's see if we can... Yeah, I guess there's no particular benefit to that because you can't really catch it. Although I really want to see if you can. Yeah, you can't really catch 2 anyway, right? So that doesn't quite work. I guess bounce this guy. Okay, I guess that doesn't work. We'll go back for more. This is kind of a ridiculous thing we get ourselves into. We have 100 seconds, so this is going to be a timeout if we keep messing around, but we're going to mess around because that's what we do. Whoops. No. And Mario looked at this in the editor and you still don't understand how this mechanic works. Yeah, did you recreate it in the editor physically to kind of watch it in motion? I haven't done so, but I find that often with a lot of these mechanics that are by our detector specialist, General BB, as most of you would have surmised, you kind of need to see it in motion. Like, I remember the first time he published the freeze frame detector that was used in Keen's level, in fact, in Mario I.O. That I definitely needed to take a really careful look at it to see what was going on with the spiny displacement in the mechanism. But anyway, here we go. I love the analytical slow run. I mean, yeah, that's what makes this experience a little different. But yeah, no benefit to having the second spring, I guess, because you can only carry one with you. And that wasn't characteristic, but okay. Alright. Hang on. Let's actually get some up throws from time to time. From time to time. There we go. Nice big throw, so it spends as much airtime as possible. Bounce this guy, that's unfortunate, but if we just get up here, I guess that's the idea, is that you throw in this position and you get a bit more height. Yeah. And then... okay. Go. It would have been nice if we tossed this guy into the pit, but since we didn't... whoops, no. Hang on. Now this is awkward. Nope. That's doubly awkward. Okay, that's fine. Document made this work by placing a toad in the level that jumps up to a switch. Yeah. I mean, it's the one that you escort everywhere in the story mode, right? You make the toad jump around and hit the heavy stone or something. This way, please. There we go. Much better. Now we actually have to toss this accurately. Come on. Wow. It's okay. Pokey is dead at least. Hang on. Feels like that should be it because we need that height gain, right? Oh, no, no, no. You actually need a nice toss, like, way up in the air when you're sailing over. Yeah, that's what it is. So you got yourself as much time as possible to get over to the second platform, which if you toss it at the peak of your jump, you actually do get an opportunity to do. The note block strat I was accidentally doing would actually work. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Yeah, Samuel, exactly. It is Toads from story mode. Whoops. Oh, yeah, no. Read what I said earlier. Like this no block strat? It actually does work, except I would need to jump back. Before, just read that quickly. Had it bouncing on a note block. Yeah, no, I see. That was not completely unintentional. Or rather, that was not at all intentional, I should say. It just kind of happened and we ran with it. Whoops, no, hang on. Then... there we go. Nice and quick. And then we jump while holding it, because when you're holding it in the orange zone, it does activate. But yeah, the thing that gets this to work is such a specific and incomprehensible engine interaction that... whoops. It actually kind of feels completely nonsensical, you know, like there's just this magic step in there where the engine just does its thing. Whoops. Supernova, you're saying, bah, you're on off switch duty. I imagine that you're saying that in the voice of the soundtrack to NSMB. Whoops, no, hang on. Okay, that's why there's a door to reload. Precisely because of that. That's a good little quality check there, just to make sure you don't SD lock me like all of the other makers in this set. Oh, no, hang on. Nearly salvaged that, but I was just a little slow to react. The SD locks have yet to come, yeah. I mean, hard to correct for all of that when you're dealing with mechanics like these and everything else. Yeah, it is obviously an up throw. I just kind of lost track of which color we were on. Trusting the indications here might actually help, but you know we don't do that. Oops, a little bit slow there. Use Ultra Hand to move it above and below. Yeah, and use Recall afterwards like we've been doing. Yeah, James, see, a lot of things about going without Paraglider was suddenly much more viable once I learned how to use Recall properly. Oops. Oh, kind of a bad hit on that ceiling. But basically, you jump, you throw. You jump and catch, you throw. That's why there's a double arrow there. Oops. Actually, James, see, one of the remarkable things I've been discovering is how well designed the Ultra Hand powers are in terms of how they combine with each other. That you can set up things like, you know, Recall plus Ascend, for instance. Put yourself in an enclosed aircraft or something. Which we were trying to do on the previous stream for reasons that turned out to be completely unnecessary. Whoops. Okay. We didn't stand close enough. Yeah, of course. Someone actually found a soft lock in this level. At my level of exploration, I might find it. Well, we'll see. Oh, someone left it in a comment. And it was actually a soft lock, not just somebody commenting soft lock, because they don't know what to do. Well, I mean, I've been finding SD locks in Tears of the Kingdom, so, you know, we're in good company. Oh, was trying to spin jump there. I just did the input late. I knew I had to spin jump. Was trying to do it. The input just came late. And, welcome, Jerry. I'm not exactly sure which command you're trying to activate here, but... Oops. Oh, no, up throw. Obviously. But yeah, there is no position because there is no queue. There is, however, the level code that's in the pinned message. We're not doing an open queue today, we're just doing the SGDQ levels, so... Why doesn't Link just lay down and, whoops, use Ascend to go through walls? Because it's not Link relative, it's kind of... I'm trying to think of the correct term for this, but... It's world relative, not Link relative, right? So... Whoops. I mean, I know you're asking for some kind of lore-friendly explanation. The Watsonian explanation rather than the Doyleish one, so to speak. If you're familiar with the Sherlock Holmes terminology for that kind of thing. Whoops, too late. Ever since I learned that shorthand, I've been using it because it actually makes a lot of sense to think about it that way. Like whether you're looking for an in-universe or out-of-universe explanation of why things work the way they do. Like, so if you're explaining the way things work from a story perspective, you would say that's, you know, Watsonian. Like it's Watson observing Holmes. If it's from the kind of designer's or author's perspective, then it's Doyleish, as in Arthur Conan Doyle. It's actually much more succinct way to sort of explain what kind of perspective you're working with. I think in general, though, Tears of the Kingdom opens up a whole lot of why doesn't Link just do this? Whoops, missed it. Whoops. Well, at this rate, we're going to take a while here, but we'll make it work. Okay, catch. Whoops. Well, that's how we took care to stand close enough to drop the thwomp. We just completely missed. Oops. Hang on. Let's go like this. No, we probably could have salvaged that just by a toss and then drop and then just kind of reverse that interaction. Like, it is a salvageable position as far as I can tell. Oh, no, like, just hesitated a bit there thinking, oh, should we catch a spring? No, of course not. There we go. You're too overwhelmed by all the things to do in Tears of the Kingdom to think about the why. Yeah. I get that for sure. Especially now that in the last few streams I've really been getting into the aircraft building. Although I've been getting so much into the aeronautical engineering that I've actually run myself out of Zonite, so I have to change my plan. Because we spent so many resources on just building stuff that either didn't work or did work but wasn't actually necessary. But of course, part of why I'm being so spendy is because I'm playing without a paraglider, and you know, you do need to build some machines to get around certain things that would otherwise be absolutely second nature, just within Breath of the Wild mechanics ordinarily. Nope, I thought I was able to jump on that and get enough distance, and I probably was able to, but we were just a little out of position on the up throws. The up throws have been causing problems for me. It was like that with the Goomba level as well. Yesterday it was the up throw at the very end of the vertical segment that was a massive roadblock for the longest time. Oops. That didn't stand close to the thwomp anyway, so that was a bit of a bust. But down here. Nope, not standing close enough. Let's see if we can salvage it. We can, but not if I throw that high, oddly enough. I need a bit of a shorter delay. Well, I'm also just very rusty at this game, mechanically. And it worked out, I think, entirely because of Zelda. The last few weeks have been my longest break from Mario Maker since probably early 2021, I'm thinking. Oops. So, there's a bit of rust to shake off here when it comes to muscle memory and reaction time. Whoops. No, that positioning, I could tell was completely off, so. Supernova is saying it's just not a great level period. Yeah, I know, which hoser let this into the project, right? Who picked this one? Stand a little closer here. Okay. Too high jump. I knew that was coming as I was descending towards the thwomp, and I also need a little bit of a better angle on that in order to do a short bounce. Part of why I kind of held that too long was because I thought, my angle's not quite right for the short bounce to happen. But if I just short bounced into the thwomp down below and just repositioned myself patiently, I would have been able to do it. There we go. Okay. Or was I supposed to? No, I'm not supposed to catch that. Okay, so this shows you that you can spawn objects and that the object spawn does give you that. If we hit the POW, however, we're going to have a state switch that then drops everything. But if we strike the POW against a muncher, I think the thwomp remains open. Yeah. Because if we smack that, then we lose it, right? And then... Am I just going too slowly then? No, because if you hit the POW, you're going to be locked in there, and then... Let's think about that. James E, you've been almost exclusively playing Tears of the Kingdom as well. Yeah. I was originally thinking optimistically, given my pace in Breath of the Wild. So I played Breath of the Wild even more obsessively than I played Tears of the Kingdom because I had more time on my hands back then. And Breath of the Wild took me about 3 weeks to get to my first clear with 120 shrines. I'm playing Tears of the Kingdom at maybe about half the pace, even at the rate that I'm going, oh yes, Nick. Oh, I see. Yeah, you need to get that down to... Not Snake Block, the Skull platform, and you need to do it in time to jump from point to point. So I'm just going too slowly in general. Hence, SD locks. Yeah, I'm definitely going too slowly, so... It's been my attitude towards a lot of these levels that if something doesn't seem to work, it's probably because I'm going too slow. Which, most of the time, needs to work out. But anyway, I was saying Breath of the Wild took me about 3 weeks at about double the pace at which I've been taking Tears of the Kingdom, remarkably enough, because it seems like I've been playing Tears of the Kingdom so much. I was thinking, oh, maybe Tears of the Kingdom will be of a similar scope, and we'll budget enough time for it that we can be done. You know, hopefully in time for Pikmin in July. There we go. There's a little bit of a delay time after you hit that allows me to land on the platform from the blue block. That's what it is. Basically, you toss into the swamp and then you jump out of that directly. Yeah, that's what it is. You take advantage of the delay, which is something I was talking about with the Keen's level as well, that in these levels you kind of have to get used to the fact that a little bit of detector delay is going to matter, and then you have to plan around it. It was very noticeable in the Keen's boss fight. In some ways, even the central part of that interaction. Okay. Nope, a little too slow to grab that. This shouldn't count as a glitch, but my impression from what I know of Nintendo's previous deletions, that they don't necessarily actually check. Like, if something is very heavily reported, I think just casually see if they can get it themselves and see what's going on in the back end. But no, there's no warping or teleportation or anything particularly opaque going on. It is just a detector mechanism that is off-screen. Those traditionally have survived, but you never know. Okay, there we go. But yeah, I was saying, I was kind of optimistically thinking that, oh, maybe we can finish Tears of the Kingdom before Pikmin in July, especially if I'm kind of grinding away at it by streaming daily, which has never happened before for me. This is actually the first time I've ever been a daily streamer, and I've been doing it for the past 20-some days. Which has actually required a fair bit of logistical work to make possible in the background. And at this point I'm thinking, you know, maybe I shouldn't press myself this hard, because I actually don't think I'll finish it until much later this year. It could be that Tears of the Kingdom takes me quite a lot longer and may just be a regular feature on the stream for months, potentially. But we'll see, because, you know, I feel like I'm kind of between a third and a half done at this point, so. A lot of it is because I'm playing with no fast travel as well. I'm going much slower than a lot of other players would. Yeah, because I think sometimes the Nintendo threshold is, you know, if something is reported, if they look at it manually at all, you know, some things are kind of auto-detected, but if it's, at least that's my impression, but if they look at it manually at all, it's more, they say, oh, do we get what's going on? And if they don't, and they just kind of err on the side of stomping on it, which is very unfortunate. I mean, like Document, I'm thinking, didn't Static Cling get nuked? And there's absolutely nothing unconventional about Static Cling. It's literally just a pixel offset, right? Like, and yeah, Samuel was saying as well, just, you know, basic additive momentum tricks like that one, or like that one Mang Clown Car level that I'm thinking of from last year. Or even 2 years ago at this point. I mean, one of the big problems is that we just don't have a real sense of what a process is, nor how to communicate about it or appeal it or anything. There's just no way to know what's going on and no outreach whatsoever, which... yeah. Yeah, you're referring to static cling as something completely glitch-free. And that is literally just an offset. There's absolutely nothing unconventional about it. Oh yes, okay. Here we go, we're through. Do we still need P-switch time? No, we're good. Yeah, I see that positioning of the 3 pows. I guess this must be next to the previous screen. And pretty tight on real estate. Okay, so yeah, you basically need to dump things quickly. Use this smack and then ultimately... I mean, you need to do it in an efficient order, which is why this is right after checkpoint, because there's a bit of an initial read. Zypher coming in. Our second raid of the day. Zypher, I know you've been doing Hollow Knight Pantheons again. I hope that's been going well for you. As you get back on the Pantheon grind. I like up throws for this as the method. However, we do actually need to hit in order to do that. If we had hit that instead of missing, then that would have been fine. And yeah, you're going to work on Pantheons until Silksong gets released. That's a pretty good idea. Keeps you warm until Silksong, I guess. Whoops, no. Just a smidgen too late from the first miss. It's okay to kind of position yourself patiently just to have a nice vertical up throw without too much forward momentum. As long as you get every hit, I think you actually have plenty of time to work with. Yeah. Actually just need to take it patiently. There we go. Why don't you just toss the whole stack? Oh, I love that. Just toss the whole stack. Yeah, that was maybe impulsive, but... You think Zote is the worst with all bindings? Yeah. I mean, even, you know, standard vanilla Zote in this final form was something I struggled with in the base game. So, I can only imagine. I did replay Hollow Knight earlier this year. Not quite 100 and whatever percent, 112 or whatever it is. Whoops. How did we do it? I think it was like a combination of head bump or something. You know what? We can also just activate more P-switches and sustain the timing. Why don't we just do that in the first place? Okay, fine, we'll take it. Yoshi has to seize the object. I totally misunderstood what to do Yoshi there. I think you have to set him down... Well, let's see. We still have P-switch active at the time, which... Yeah, okay, I see. Whether Yoshi is holding it or not doesn't matter. Because then we just get up here and spit, right? Then we get up here, swallow, get up to the right and spit. Yeah, I see. And Zypher, you got a new schedule and you're finally working in the mornings. Yeah, it's good that you can get whatever streaming you have in. I've been streaming daily lately entirely due to Zelda. This is actually my first weekend back to something other than Zelda. It's not going to last. I'm not going to be a daily streamer going forward or anything, but, you know, for the duration of Tears of the Kingdom, I'm playing it anyways, so we might as well just record what I'm doing because it's such an individually unique experience. So. There we go. That was a bad idea. We needed to do the up throw here. You want to play Tears of the Kingdom eventually, but your brother's playing it first. Yeah, you might have a bit of a wait ahead of you, just so you know. It's a big, big game. Whoops. And there's even more of an incentive in Tears of the Kingdom to just mess around and do things that are not related to any objective whatsoever than it was in Breath of the Wild, which was already considerably flexible when it came to that, so. Yeah, you're patient enough to wait. I mean, you're working on Pantheons. You've got your hands full. You got plenty to do. Now, Samuel, you're telling me that a copy of your level is currently up? Yeah, I guess, you know, while you're online and able to supply it. A lot of people are able to grab it. Yoshi will grab this, and I didn't think that through. But if Yoshi grabs it, do I get to fall off of him? Let me think about that. Okay. Whoops. Nope. Hang on. That was a mistake. Alright, let's go. Yeah, once again, taking advantage of the time that it takes to get there. So wait. If you grab the spring, you drop through, then you jump through Yoshi to get over onto the platform on the right side, then you have to drop again. If I understand this. So in that case, let's release it. And you have to jump towards the coins. Okay, so you don't get back on the bridge, you get towards the mole, and the idea was that if you were paying attention when you got up to the bridge, you should have seen the mole position. And that clarifies the path forward. I see. Yeah, you just kind of follow the little twister delay here that takes the spring up with you. Whoops, no. Nope, that was bad. I was thinking for a moment that's salvageable, and then Yoshi just got squished. Yeah, like I was saying yesterday, Supernova, I think it's actually a particularly appropriate context to show off what can be done with some glitch-based design. It's a very powerful demonstration of Maker 2 to a mass audience that it ordinarily doesn't reach. Certainly, it's levels like the Portal one that really kind of make people sit up and take notice and wonder, how did you do that? Only to be disappointed that Nintendo doesn't let them. It was also kind of apparent to me following things like the GDQ stream chat and such that people outside the Maker community have no idea how bad the situation is with the deletions and the like. That was correct, we just missed a jump at the very end. And yeah, document. One of the things that we were talking about with the supernovas level earlier was that there was very clearly an effort in a lot of these levels and the kind of obstacles that they had and the kind of choke potential in certain obstacles to think about spectator value in a way that is normally only really true of troll levels, in terms of thinking about the audience, not just in terms of who is playing it, but who is going to be watching and how they're going to react to certain points of failure or certain little bits of trickery. And, you know, something like the whole tossing segment at the area just before this checkpoint, for instance. That's a very good example of that. That is very spectator-friendly in terms of being an instantly understandable challenge, where it's very easy for the audience to kind of read the time pressure and get some amusement out of it, you know, and because it looks absolutely silly, right? Just to be frantically tossing things everywhere. There's been something like that in practically all of these levels. I think it's very noticeable that that was kind of a consideration, that when you have little surprise trolls here and there, it's for the viewer as well as the player. And that's something that I think often gets lost simply because, you know, Maker 2 can often be so insular. Whoops. Yeah, Samuel, I have seen some puzzle levels before that are just submitted by coordinated upload because they are glitch-based. I don't remember who it was who was sending me those, but that was definitely a thing. So it's not just trolls that are, you know, dominating the deletable category, but puzzles actually use those mechanics as well. Onto Yoshi and then jump back, but then what do you use to Yoshi? Why is there a throw marker then? I'll have to think about that. Anyway. Get back here. I guess that interaction here, Red Koopa to Yoshi, is the equivalent to what you see later. So we'll see what's going on with the throw marker when we get to it, because I don't remember it. Whoops, no. Okay. Alright, there we go. Just kind of need to get into the pace of the level, and yeah, we shouldn't be tucking ourselves that far left at the point of a tongue grab. I'm just not preparing her to fall quickly enough to come down the diagonal accurately. Alright, let's get back up. Much better as a drop. Much, much better. But then what? Because there's some kind of object switch there that I'm not doing. And I'm not seeing it. Let's go back there and take a look, because yeah, definitely missing something there I hadn't considered. We'll see what it is. I mean, oh, no. You take this with you for the activation. Yes, that's what it is. Or do you? Like no, you can't stand there, obviously, but what else could you possibly throw? We'll get back there and we'll see it. Something I'm missing about that. Something I'm forgetting. About the way this has worked. Let's see. Because we know this activates and we know this allows you to jump. Jump directly over. Then what with a shell? Like basically if you're jumping over with an object. You can run this. Get on Yoshi and then swallow one on the left. Let me see about this. Something I'm missing. Whoops. Yeah, I'm considering what's going on there, and I just need to take another look at it, I think. Because you get to bounce off Yoshi like that. Yeah, because it's going to be... That's right, that's what I'm missing. Is that I was thinking, you know, if you take Yoshi, you can come back and grab the spring in this position, and what do you do after that? I was missing the fact that there's a saw that's below here that gives me the second bounce back over. That's the bit I'm missing. No. Love the little firework there. Yeah, no, that's the part I missed. I just completely overlooked the saw that was below that position. Whoops. You like how it delays the death jingle? Yeah, kind of like it's the closest equivalent to our Mario tumbling down the stairs effect from the first game. Back when Maker was not so streamlined and willing to be a little more fun at the expense of the player's patience. Whoop. Given the thwomp position, I actually wonder if that's survivable. It actually should be. I'm not going to try it, but... Because the only thing was that yeah, I mean, there's this little ledge here, but then there's the... Swamp timing. Across it, that was a bad facing direction. Music stops so it feels so singular and pointed and insulting, exactly. Just to really punctuate the effect. Like someone totally late to the party, blowing the last party popper anyway. Just to make a point. Strategic firework to make that specific death animation take longer, is that what I was saying? Yep. Add a little bit of pressure, you know, on the clock. Well, I mean, you need to pass the controller anyway, right? So. go. Nice and quick before the mechanism reacts. Something, something, something Q. There we are. Alright, take her to GG. And Samuel, I mean, you're not going to leave any live version up, so I suppose it doesn't make any particular difference if I pull it up in the course maker, apart from not seeing any kind of clear percentage or stat that is, of course, going to suffer from a low sample size anyway. And Lance is welcome. So just one moment while I spin things up. And Cypher, you gotta sleep, yet you have good night. I'm gonna dig around my course spot rather for this. And yeah, I know this has been uploaded a couple times. You can tell that I got the original copy because it says this has been an amazing journey, and I think Sam has actually modified the text for future uploads. So, you know, this is how you know we got in as the OG back when the record was held by Magmay69 with the one and only clear at 5:45. I've noticed, by the way, and I know that there haven't been a great many players on these levels yet, but that looking at the levels that I've played so far, some of the clear times, some of the best clear times right now are nowhere near the clear check times. Like, they're off by minutes. So, particularly with the Goombud level, and I think also the Keen's state switch level, that there's quite a lot for the speedrunners to chew on, I'm sure. Anyway, Portal 2 there is not going to be the code that I will. And for this, if Sam has a live one, of course, I'll pin that message for people who want to download it, but it's also missing a block at the bottom of the T in the thumbnail. Yeah, that's kind of how you know we have a first edition, right? Back when I was still permitted to get Space Jump first or something, I don't know. Anyway, this has been an amazing journey. We are somehow still alive, so let's play. This was one document where you thought they wouldn't make it in time. So anyway, teleportation glitch. I love the way it introduces this, by the way. I didn't notice this when I played it on stream because, of course, you know, they get into action right away, but the fact that you are just off screen and then you get placed over here to show you that teleportation is going to happen. And now you think with portals. So, one thing I was definitely wondering about was how much control you actually had, because from a maker's perspective, I don't understand a teleportation glitch. I haven't really worked with it in the maker mode myself. So I don't know how much control you actually had over positioning. In terms of whether you were kind of planning the pipe placements around a limited set of positions that you could actually do this with, or if you actually could be precise about placement. Spin jump, obviously. Obviously. You've got a bump coming down after that. Another neat little subtlety here, of course, is that with a lot of the subsequent pipe entries, they are pipe entries that ordinarily wouldn't be entries because you're getting there in midair. Additional bomb is fine, you just get on that thwomp afterwards. I just wasn't thinking about that timing. I guess the thwomp obstructs you from trying to make a second run at the same pipe, right? That is partly what is going on here. And you do have to kick right to get it against a wall, so you can get down to the thwomp after that. also like the quickness of just hitting up and going through the door immediately in the opening segment without necessarily seeing the full animation that reveals your position on the camera. You can just hit up and just go immediately. But yeah, the nice thing about it, as with a lot of the other levels in this GDQ set, is that the central mechanic is kind of instantly understandable as a single concept that is intuitive in its own way, where you know, you can kind of think of it as one idea. So as the player, you don't really need to think about the mechanism or anything. You just kind of say, okay, we just match colors and we go. Still not quite right. Let me think about how we're doing that. But yeah, I think one other thing that works about this too, and why it was such a spectator highlight, is that, you know, even as somebody who does not play Mario Maker 2, you can understand it instantly that this is something unconventional and unexpected. You look at this and you just know that Nintendo didn't officially accommodate it, right? You just know right away. Whereas for somebody who isn't deep into Mario Maker, that's not necessarily something that's obvious with other mechanics. Like, other mechanics have an element of, you know, how did they do that, but you could sort of understand that being something you could figure out eventually. But this, you just take one look at it, you just know it's a glitch mechanic of some sort. The beginning is probably the most awkward part of the whole level, but you couldn't really change it because of the nature of the glitch. Yeah, like I was saying, I was wondering how constrained you were in terms of positioning and what you had to work around. You like to use a P block to indicate portal. I actually hadn't thought about that. Oh, I see, yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah, nice slow bounce there, and we just need to make sure we activate the small thwomp at the correct moment. James E, you're saying Game Builder Garage had teleports worked in pretty... Whoops, naturally that felt like it was part of the game. Okay, I didn't know that. Whoops. Yeah, the thing is, from the way that Nintendo was promoting Game Builder Garage, I mean, I never picked it up, but one of the reasons why was because I immediately got the impression that it was mostly meant to be educational software rather than something that was going to be a completely powerful tool set that would be able to sustain a community. Because it's very clear to me that they were kind of promoting it in the same way that they were promoting stuff like Nintendo Labo, where, you know, after a while of following a lot of Nintendo advertising and marketing, you get a sense of what their language is telling you about what audience they're aiming for and who they're going to accommodate. And even though Game Builder Garage looked like it was a very powerful tool, I think the way that it shook out was actually somewhat predictable. We need a high bounce and a second bounce. That's what we need. Just trying to position it properly. Positioning for horizontal levels is super constrained. You have to be on a specific 2-block Y coordinate when you load a certain X coordinate. I see. I'll have to think about that and little more detail, I think. But yeah, the second bomb jump, I feel like I'm not getting a good position on it, but we'll see. Nope. Hang on. Nope. But yeah, that you managed to work something dysfunctional around the positions that were effectively kind of forced is definitely a pretty impressive feat of level design. Whoops. No, hang on. We obviously have to kick it to the right and have a short bounce under the thwomp. It's the second bounce that's been throwing me off. And we'll have to correct for that somehow. Or maybe I'm supposed to get on the thwomp immediately? I don't think so. I thought we'd need a second bounce just to maintain elevation to get on the thwomp on the right side of that central column, but there we go. Much better. I'm failing to account for the momentum from the spring. We need to jump with the bomb immediately and kind of hot potato it through the next portal. Just react to this a little more instinctively, which is not usually how I play. Yeah, I am supposed to get a high bounce off of the second bounce, but we've been hitting it in a bit of a bad position, so... Yeah, James C., you weren't disappointed in it because you knew what it was. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It was pretty obvious to me what they were going for, and... You know, it's one of those things where I respect that it exists, but it wasn't necessarily something that I was going to be able to make time for. And it is quite powerful for what it is. That, you know, there aren't a lot of equivalents to that in terms of being a bit of an introductory programming sandbox that has that kind of node-based scheme when it comes to organizing information and interactions, so... It's pretty cool you can learn how to do your own animations for your own made-up characters on a smaller scale, yeah. I remember Loop and Snoop being literally the only person who was bothering to make tutorial content for GBG. Just finding a particularly valuable niche. Okay, we just had a bad landing. We're supposed to hold right into that. We didn't hold right into that, and we landed too far to the left. It happened so quickly that I just didn't have very good reaction time for getting into that. Thank you so much for the follow. It's a bummer to you that it didn't work better, because the best part of Mario Maker is discovering how interacting items can make custom things. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. From a player's perspective, Mario Maker naturally has a leg up on practically every possible Maker concept, in that there's already kind of a shared base of fluency in how to engage with it as a player. You know, in terms of just what buttons to press to jump and so on. And just what platforming is, you know? In the same way that, you know, I've watched a lot of Supernova streaming Levelhead this year, and Levelhead is something that I've heard a lot about over the years. Steve Gaming, back when he was active, was kind of talking it up as a much more programmatic and much more capable maker alternative, for instance. But I think about Levelhead is that, you know, you kind of have to learn all the names of the parts. Like, you don't have this existing context of familiarity with these enemies do this, that those platforms do that. And so there's a kind of obstacle naturally that comes from having a learning curve just in terms of, you know, just a kind of functional terminology that you have as a player, right? Oops. That was looking at chat death, for sure. Mars 1834, hope you've been doing well. I see your clear flag all over the place. I know you've been playing a lot of these yourself. But yeah, the thing is that Mario Maker has that advantage, I think, over practically any video game. Like, the closest thing to it would be something like maybe Doom, which of course has had a massive modding scene over the past 30 years, but interestingly enough, since we're playing this level, you know, one game that actually does kind of have that is Portal, and I think Portal 2 in some ways suffered from coming just a little too early for Twitch viewer levels to be a thing, because I always wished that maker mode were much more active. And I always wanted to spend more time in it playing more creations, but, you know, it was... Unfortunately, a community that I think also got a bit insular pretty quickly, just from not having something like viewer levels Twitch at the time to really sustain it. But yeah, I was playing a bit of the maker mode that was patched into Baba Is You last year, for instance, and, you know, naturally, just by the nature of that game, it's going to be a pretty small maker scene in itself. Now, the interesting thing is that the developer of Baba Is You, who does stream game development, Hempuli, he actually does play Baba viewer levels from time to time as the developer of the game, but, you know, in a kind of small and intimate scene like that, that's what happens. Among people that we know in Mario Maker, you know, Nabu's really gotten to making some Baba contraptions. And yeah, there's actually tons of fan-made Portal stuff documented. There have actually been a lot of Portal mods and Total Convergence that were kind of given official Steam releases as free games. And basically, they were campaign packs. And Portal 2 had actually a very good level editor that just, as I was saying, you know, it was a big presence on Steam Workshop, but it wasn't something that managed to grow as a community, I think. I mean, I'm not really aware of its current state. I've been out of touch with it. But it never really got to develop a network in the way that Mario Maker did under much more favorable circumstances. And I think given the popularity of Portal and Portal 2 in particular, that it could very well have done so, you know, just that it predated a lot of modern streaming, so... I'm unfortunately not really capable of streaming off PC right now, but in the event that I do at some point, I actually should just run Portal Customs on the stream, just to make a point of it. Document, you still play Left 4 Dead, I see. Left 4 Dead 2, rather. Yeah, you're not the only one who does so. I think I've heard from a couple of people in the makers scene that that's also true. But yeah, to a certain extent, you know, having a bit of maker or design software be too flexible and too powerful isn't necessarily a good thing. That even Maker, compared to, say, Super Mario World, ROM hacks, and Lunar Magic and so forth, has a kind of simplicity and common language about it that gives it a very different feel and makes it much more accessible. So, okay, there we go. Finally, getting this jump. Let's hold right into this. Okay, we didn't get the high bounce. We got the drop. I don't know if the drop was correct. I think the drop is simply because the bomb is about to expire at that point and you need to change hands. So the drop isn't activating anything. I think it's just protecting you from the bomb explosion. Whoops, not too early. Samuel, constraints can help creativity. Yeah, it's been often observed. What I think is interesting is that I think, you know, the puzzle genre is something that has a very unique identity within something like Mario Maker, because generally, the more puzzles you play, the more you're learning about the game mechanically that you can apply to other puzzles. In a way that's not necessarily true of infinitely flexible ROM hacks, for instance. I mean, puzzles do exist in ROM hacks, obviously, but I think it's a bit of a different idea than something like the puzzle scene that you have in this game, where you can kind of take knowledge and certain motifs with you. Okay, so this is an area where we need to do the thing that is a big muscle memory challenge for me, which is holding into full jumps while you release objects in certain directions. We know that I'm actually quite bad at that, so we'll... Oops. We need a little bit more of a bounce on the first one, I think, just so we can delay the second bounce slightly, because that was too early. Okay, third bouncer actually worked out. And there's a POW that's coming through the claws on Hop. I wonder what that's about. Okay, a third bounce actually does work there. Very nice. Love that ending. Right. You see, this thing here is throwing me off because thinking about the portals is something that will be a time-sensitive interaction is a kind of interesting and very natural complication. We missed that block, so whatever we're supposed to pick up here, we didn't get. In Document, you're saying inventing your own constraints so you can focus. No, I think that is true generally. I think that applies to a lot of different domains. We were supposed to hit the block, we missed it again, so... Yeah, because you're supposed to have something projected here so I can land once it has been loaded into that location. Leaning a little too hard into that jump. Supernova, what did you notice about a yellow platform? It's going down here and... Oh, whoops. We shouldn't do that, obviously. Oh, I see. Broken track. This is what they call the broken track glitch, right? Or am I wrong? Just to make extra sure that Nintendo nukes this thing. I've seen that in Trolls. Landing a little too far to the left, yeah. Yeah, Supernova, you see, this is how we know that you don't play troll levels. Because I hardly even played troll levels and I've seen this thing. It's been a pretty popular troll mechanic, actually, so far as I know. Ah, okay, yes. We should have thought about that. So I was staring at this thinking, oh, what's our progression here? You see, here's one of the other things that visually can trick you out about this level. Is that so many of the pipe entrances don't follow typical Mario Maker pipe entrance rules when you are not in the water, which is that you don't need the platform underneath the entrance to get in. And so, like, mentally, it's very easy to falsely register certain portal entrances as being unavailable just because they look like pipes that are not enterable in an ordinary sense. Like when they're kind of placed next to spikes or whatever, you know, you still see that as a valid entrance because you do damage boosts into those things so often, or ride Yoshi or a boot or something. So the entrance to that yellow pipe, for instance, looks totally natural. Then I run into something like the suspended blue pipe that is in the next segment, and it took me a moment to kind of recognize, wait a minute, I'm actually still supposed to continue entering pipes because after you're playing enough of Mario Maker, instinctively you sort of read that as a non-entrance. And no, Supernova, I'm well aware of what you actually play, and I think it's sort of reflected here. But yeah, I mean, you know, I also don't feel particularly familiar with a lot of glitch mechanics either. Simply because I don't know them as a maker, in fact, in large part. I need to just wait here a bit longer to have the thwomp back up, maybe? Maybe I should let the thwomp back up in the first place before I enter the pipe. But in general, I should be thinking about going faster, not slower, right? So if you go instantly, then the thwomp is still cutting its way to the right side, and you need to do that so you can actually get ahead of it before it backs up. Yeah, so we need to go faster. Not like that, though. But yeah, editor knowledge, I think, as a player makes such a huge difference, where I think the thing about glitch levels that catches me out sometimes is that I'm in the position now of being a Mario Maker player who just does not have editor knowledge. And as someone who's usually able to kind of get through obstacles by thinking about them in editor terms to make up for technical deficiencies, it's suddenly very awkward and uncomfortable in some ways to just suddenly be without that. Spin jump, obviously. This level is even smiling at me here to tell me. Spin jump. You knew that. And yeah, I mean, as many of you know from watching your levels played by other streamers, that depending on whether the streamer has really engaged with the editor side of Mario Maker, it makes a huge difference to what they notice about a level and what they're impressed with and what they can recognize about the work that you put in, right? And also just how they're negotiating certain obstacles in terms of understanding what's going on and what the rules are going to be. I say that, of course, as somebody who, you know, barely ever publishes anything. But has messed around in the editor just enough to kind of try to see the maker perspective. But yeah, all of a sudden I'm playing glitch levels, and that becomes very unavailable. Too slow. And it's going to be up thwomp on the spin jump, yeah. But yeah, the really impressive thing about this level is how well disguised the kind of forced nature of the teleportation positions actually is, in that, you know, everything feels like it was kind of placed intentionally, and particularly once you're out of the opening segment. When what's actually going on is that you're stitching so many of these positions together from where the portals have to go. But, you know, I've never once had to be concerned about visibility of anything on the camera, for instance. Like, the scrolls are happening when they should be. I'm able to see where I'm going and react when I'm supposed to. Nope, spin jump, obviously. And when I'm supposed to spin jump, you know, I kind of have enough time to notice that that's the thing I did wrong. Like, it's actually kind of crazy to me that, you know, we've been playing with this mechanic the whole time, and I just haven't had to be concerned about the camera. And I have never once felt like I was fighting it. Because a lot of the scroll breaks, as you can see, are actually quite precisely timed and positioned. There's actually quite a lot going on here with scroll breaks and camera control that can be kind of invisible to you if you're not looking for it. So. Obviously not. You jump up, you take the bomb with you, and then you go down the next portal. Okay. That's amazing. That segment there. Very smooth. Spin jump off of this, obviously. Okay. Maybe. No, it has to be spin jump. Not enough room to just pick up and run with it. Fantastic segment here. And again, I'm not fighting the camera. It kind of gives you just enough information at the right time. Spin jump. Yeah. Is it a spin jump? No, it has to be. Absolutely has to be. Sorry, I'm a little behind on the chat. I'll try to get through this segment first. Because I'm still doing a read of this. And yeah, don't commit. The nice thing about Lunar Magic is that it does have such a technically advanced community of its own. I really should get into playing ROM hacks at some point, but when I was first starting out streaming, actually, I was kind of just about to start getting into training myself on Super Mario World ROM hacks when the 3.0 patch dropped for this game, and then, you know, I just kind of got roped back into Maker and never looked back. And I love how it sustains the spin jump state. This is actually the first time we've seen it in the entire level. The preservation of the spin jump state across the green portal there. That's a really good little showpiece movement. Oh, whoops. Showpiece moment, rather, for demonstrating that that's how it works. that the repositioning doesn't affect the player state. And then you get up on that platform, you hit the yellow block, and then there's a toss to the left. Okay, I see. Josh Bones, welcome. Josh Bones, hopefully I'll get to yours today. Depends on how long I can run. I really would not like to have to split this to an additional stream, but of course we have to be playing better to get to that in the first place. Partly because, you know, I'm very eager to get back to Zelda tomorrow. But Josh Bones, I am hoping to get at least as far as your level today, so I don't know if you'll be able to stay, but that's the intention. If you can't stay, hopefully that'll be on the VOD. Whoops. Okay, let's get down here. Yeah, still need to do a high bounce. Just need to keep that in mind. I'm just reacting to that a little bit late, even though I know it's coming. Yeah, we have to ride the platform down so we don't die to that. Jump off, toss to the left. And where are we positioned in relation to this swamp at that time? We need to read that. No, spin jump. Just need to swap jump types on the fly. In a way that... we'll actually be able to track. Anyway. High bounce over here. Toss, and then you can land in the red pipe down below because the swamp will have gotten out of the way by then. So that's what it is. You toss, you land. Spending way too long on this. There we go. Nope. Again, we shouldn't do the extra jump. It was just a bit of an instinctive reaction where we should, in fact, let the goom fall into us. Okay. And yeah, one of the things that's really too bad about Nintendo deleting so aggressively is that I've always felt there was a ton of potential for a lot of troll community mechanics, basically, to be worked into things that are not trolls. And unfortunately, a lot of them are the deletable glitches. Where, in some ways, it feels like the game feels underexplored because of all the mechanics that have not been worked into platformer design. Like, there's a lot of territory that's left to cover, but people aren't covering it because Nintendo deletion so severely disincentivizes it, right? We were meant to spin jump onto the Goomba at the end of the red pipe segment, by the way. I do understand that now, because the toss puts it into a position where you can spin off of it when you are spat out, and then you should be able to get back onto the swamp at that point in order to go up the left side. That is clear to me now. So, actually doing it will be a different story. We missed. It went up through the icicles. I see. No, yeah. Interesting little failure point there with the throw. Oops. James D, now you have a song and dance in your head. Which particular song and dance? Because for some reason, I'm thinking of a particular, like, Andrew Lloyd Webber anthology musical that was kind of pieced together from previous musicals. I think it was released as song and dance. It's pretty far down in terms of public awareness of it, I think, in the Andrew Lloyd Webber repertoire. From Josh Bones, okay, that's fine. Oh, it has to, okay, I see. Probably the most inconvenient thing about my current run through Tears of the Kingdom is actually I have not met Hestu yet. Don't tell me where he is, obviously. He's probably pretty close to all the other tutorial content that we've been skipping. But it does mean I'm sitting on like about 200 Koroks and haven't spent them yet. You haven't found him either? Yeah. Oh good, we're in the same boat then. Yeah, you see, Josh Bones' thing is I also have no paraglider and no map, but I know where to find them, I just haven't gotten around to it. Okay, we need to hold into that spin jump. That is very clear. In fact, at that point you have been taught that the spin jump will be preserved through the pipe, and we just need to hold the button and high bounce onto the swan. So the interaction is going to go exactly as it was reading it, we just haven't been able to execute. Oops. Yeah, that's... Oh, the dancing Hestu emote, yeah. It's got a great little Moroccan moveset in Age of Calamity. I'm ordinarily not too much of a fan of the Dynasty Warriors style games, but I actually really enjoyed Age of Calamity. And... Okay, do we float? We can. We should. We missed something. I feel like we got the wrong object here. But if you hit that... Yeah, okay, I see. Then you whip the bomb, and then what happens? Okay. Let's see if we can do that. This is a pretty substantial segment here. A lot to read at once. Whoops. Okay, there we go. No, we need to get on the cloud, spin jump off. We know that. And that throw was missed anyway. You can see it was bouncing through the icicles on top of the pipe. Whoops. No, it's a spin jump over here. Both teams actually one-shot the Cape section, yeah. It feels pretty natural. We just missed one of the objects. But the Cape float is pretty smooth. I mean, the path is fairly constrained in terms of what you can do. Whoops, miss. What object are we even hitting there with throw? Because as long as you hit the left wall with that, it should drop into position, right? So basically, as long as we throw anywhere except the icicle trap, whoops, that was a mistake. Oops. Nope, miss. As you can see, I don't read the throw markers very accurately, but you all know that about me by now. If we knew how to read instructions, my run through Tears of the Kingdom would look quite different, for one thing. Oops. Wow, we actually got ahead of it. Well, no, because we're supposed to land on a cloud. As I know perfectly well. And forgetting because there's so much to track at that point. Okay. Nope. Keep making that mistake. It's okay, we'll get it. Nope, miss. It's funny because it's a very specific location that we keep missing at, but we'll see, because there's some kind of bounce on the way there that I think is obscured by the saw blades. And again, we need to fall into the cloud. We know that, but of course I've been trying to do the throw accurately at the same time, and I've been estimating that quite poorly, so... Yeah, getting a little bit too far ahead of the muncher that time. Nope. It's a fairly wide target to hit with that. That's not something we fail at too often. Nope. Oh, we're hitting the vine. If I'm throwing that high. Well, I haven't found a good throw position for that yet. I mean, I know the marker's trying to tell me where it is, but... the throw accuracy is definitely giving me some trouble here. There we go, finally. Luckily the thwomp stopped. We're obviously supposed to whip that. And we actually did the first time. So. Okay. Actually, I had enough time to confirm. Throw. Nope. Oddly enough, is this survivable? No, it's not, because the P fell down below, so... Yeah, so it's throw and catch, throw and catch. That's what it is. That's what we had missed last time, is that I didn't realize that it was a second throw in the same spring. Now I see it. Whoops, didn't mean to jump. go. Alright, getting a little better at that. After so much spaghetti. No, you throw the P and then you pick up the spring. That's right. Because then you can get up to the off switch, you whip the bomb, and then you have a landing point after that. Oops, no. Coming out of the Cape segment, I've kind of gotten in the habit of holding B to do the float, even though we have no cape, and of course that's a big problem. We shouldn't do that. Residual muscle memory from before the previous death. Whoops, no, that's a massive miss. Nope, too high. Yeah, maybe it's just that I'm rusty, but throws actually have been a huge problem for me in multiple levels in this GDQ set. That was, as I was saying, one of the major roadblocks for me in the Quack and Goombud level that we played yesterday. To some extent in the document level. Or this one. Nope. Can't get enough of a bounce. That was a good throw that time, though. So I guess we have that. Too early. Too early. We shouldn't get off Muncher that early. That's part of the problem. Go. Oh, I see. Jump on a P, jump on this, whip this. Or rather, jump on a P while holding something. Drop it down below, whip. Float down to the spring, spring back up. But wait a minute. Why would you whip it there? It's in the red state or the blue state already. That gives you the open red blocks too. Let's see. We haven't seen that sequence enough to understand it. Yeah, maybe we don't hit the bomb. So maybe we hit the bomb from the left side and activate the switch from there. Or no, it looks like you have to activate the switch twice then. That the whole purpose is to activate the switch once from the right and once from the left. I think. Yeah, I don't remember the segment from the Racer stream anyway, because, wait, whoops. As you were saying, they kind of flew to the final part rather quickly. So, I do have to read it from scratch, have a genuine experience of learning it. No. Maybe too high a throw, in general. I can see I'm kind of coming in above the marker, in fact. Now that I look at it carefully. Much better. Much better. No, I'm supposed to land on a P at this point while holding this, and then you set it down. And then jump on it. Get up top. And yes, if you whip the yellow block once you're up there, you're in the air, you whip the yellow block that squeezes the bomb, whoops, and that activates a switch that then gives you the red platform. That's what it is. You take the spring up there and you whip the yellow turn block, and that's the activation mechanism. Rather elaborate activation mechanism for that, but I guess that's how you would force it to be done with the cape whip, right? Well, we need to look at that mechanism again too. Proper look at it. Nope, too high. There we go. Second bounce on the swamp, but we made it. The cape would sometimes double hit the on-off block, I see. So the setup gets rid of that jank. I see. So you guarantee a single hit on a turn block to activate it without any kind of double tap. That's a clever solution, actually. Let's see if that work out reliably. One of those moments where you can be relieved you had the entity space to solve that problem. There we go. Feeling a little more natural here. Nope, need to grab it. And a P throw. Does a P throw actually make it down there though? Or is it because of a head bump or something? Let's see. Like if a P is kind of riding over you on a head bump and then it falls down below as a landing point. Let's see. We have to see it. 0 entities to spare. Yeah. I kind of gathered that given how much you have going on in the zone, but like I said, that's why it's good that you were able to squeeze in the setup correction at the end there. Okay, we have a better sense of its throwing position at this point. Oh. Yeah, it's head bump that takes you down here, and then after the P drops and you move towards it. Then you do the soft drop on the spring that then allows you to get up to the switch activation above that was seen or thought about. Yeah, nice slow shot in that. Timing feels a lot more relaxed now. Nope, P was supposed to make it over, bump my head and fall down. So we just had a bit of an early throw on it. Late throw is okay because if it hits the wall, it'll fall down. It can't be that early. That feels a lot more relaxed. What I was saying. Let's just be careful with the up throws. That's why we have to be careful with the up throws. Otherwise, everything just kind of falls down this little garbage chute here in the bottom right. There we go. Getting back there a little more consistently. Nope. Yeah, because if you let go to throw, then you're reacquiring the Y button and doing a spin that should ideally cut through to run a point in time. We're just doing the repress a little bit early. Down? Nope, it's too far left. Once again. We still have to do a soft drop on the other side, which I think will not be easy. Anyway, up we go. Oh, whoops. Should have held that drop. Yeah, and it has to be the cape whip, doesn't it? Or rather, if you hit the yellow block, then you actually whip the spring. Alright, look at it. Which is how you lock the cape requirement. Perhaps. Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, you get rid of the yellow turn block and you whip the spring. And it forces a cape, but it forces a cape in such a way that you're not making direct contact with the on-off switch itself, hence preventing the double interaction. Double activation, rather. Okay, down we go. And we'll hold into this. Just be careful. Nope. Kind of a bad up throw in both locations. Maybe because we inadvertently whipped the object. But then we just have a bad release in the first place for that to happen. Yeah, we got too far ahead there, but we made it. And we got another raid coming in. From Sherry. This moment. Hang on. I should not have tried to give you a shout out while dropping through that pipe. Cherry, who I understand has been as spoiler free about Tears of the Kingdom as ourselves over here. As we've also been doing a very spoiler free run, and in fact, as I was saying much earlier, this is actually the first day since the release of Tears of the Kingdom where I have not been playing Zelda. But yeah, we've been going no fast travel in my run, and it's led to some interesting complications. Whoops. Okay, we need to remember to hold into that drop. I know it, we just need to do it. And to Gutra, welcome as well. Thanks for coming in with a raid. I'm eager to clear these so I can get back to Zelda as well, but judging by my pace, we'll probably need an additional day. Because I've been spending a lot of time per level. Oh, awful throw there. Wow. Yeah, we need to let up on the button a little longer and give it a proper up throw before we acquire Y. Good luck with levels? Yeah, thank you. They've been a lot of fun. Okay, down here. And we will have a good stream. You have a good night if you need to take off. Whoops. Okay, so we are hitting something like an obstacle that is disguised perhaps, or we're just having a bad throw. That was just an awful throw. Oh, it's taking too long here. Oddly enough, that might have been tolerable. And yeah, you need to raid and run. I totally get the feeling. Having been playing Zelda just as much, and often running extremely long. We've had some pretty exhausting Zelda sessions ourselves, so... Hope you enjoyed the game. Hopefully we can talk about it after we're both done. Nope, I was trying to whip that, and I was too late. It was a good throw that time, I just didn't get the whip. No. Again, a little bit late. Just tap the block once and that would have been okay. Yeah, a nice smooth motion up to the block, that's how it should go. Up throw, whip. Up throw, no, awful throw. That time I was correct, so we should practice holding onto the object while doing a P jump, which is something that's also not obvious to me. Because you're meant to hold the spring at this point. I wonder though that you can just toss the spring forward early, instead of doing it as a drop later on, and then whether it would get in position that way. Maybe we shouldn't mess around with it too much, but it does come immediately to mind as something that might be possible depending on the bounce. Maybe that's what the central column is trying to prevent. It probably is what the central column is here to prevent. Anyway, there we go. Nope. I was kind of afraid of that we would just flub the soft drop there completely. Why do I need to do a soft drop there, though? I mean, I guess if I throw too early, it would just be too far over against the wall. If I could do it with a forward throw rather than a soft drop, I'd much prefer that, but... I find that all kinds of awkward. In general, I find releasing items while holding jump to be awkward. Because it's just not the way I ever learned to play traditional Mario through official content, so... tasked with doing it in Mario Maker very, very often, of course, but it's made it much easier. Nope, bad throw. Okay. Alright, let's do it again. Yeah, you're telling me I can't afford to throw it? I mean, well, first of all, we need to actually get back there. And also, if I get back here, even if I flip to throw, I should practice the P-jump. I see, the P-switch actually deactivates the yellow block next to the spring activation. So the P-switch is actually working as a timer there. Maybe. Right, because you're suspended in the air at that point anyway, so yeah, that makes sense. Took me a moment to really read everything correctly here. Yeah, we'll try it again. Nope, too late. Anyway, up we go. Right again. Nope, I wonder what it is that is failing like that with the outro. It didn't look like there's an obstruction. I think I'm just maybe repressing too soon and whipping the object when it's not far up enough. But I'm not exactly sure what's going on with the throws that fail like that. We'll just do kind of a partial throw. It's clearly a bit of a roadblock right now, so. No. We also haven't shown nearly enough appreciation for that diagonal swamp drop, by the way. It's just coasting its way down. Let's try it again. Surely this has to be it. Nope, missed a jump. Unfortunately, without a cape, we can't hit that. Well, guess we'll just come around here. Amazing how I've, stopped even really thinking about the portals. They're just part of the level now after looking at this for so long. Nope, miss. Whoops. Well, we'll see how much I actually get through today. Nope. I keep doing that. Yeah, I think I'm just whipping it out of the regrab too quickly. We shouldn't be doing that. Just need to let go of Y for a tiny bit longer before whipping the things again. See, that's what it is that I have a lifelong Mario habit, like many traditional Mario players, of just holding Y all the time and regrabbing it instantly whenever possible, and actually getting me into tons of trouble here. Just trying to practice a soft drop there. And yeah, that's exactly what it is I need to let go of Y for a lot longer than I've been doing. Whoops. No. That throw. Anyway, down we go. Nope. Just zero muscle memory for this whatsoever, so we'll try to correct for that as much as we can. Anyway, down we go. Oh, same mistake. Yeah, just a little paranoid about letting go of the Y button for too long when that actually isn't an issue. We just need to get it back in place for whipping through the piranha, but it was very odd to let go of it for so long. We'll try to do it properly this time. There we go. Nope, and we didn't repress quickly enough to get that. However, we might as well practice a soft drop so we do that accurately. Yep, let go for longer, and we'll try to remember that. Nope. Completely flipped that. Yeah, I should have just done the forward throw and not worried so much about it. Amazing how tricky that is, just kind of keeping track of which button to let go of and for how long. Hey, there we go. Nope, missed. Kind of concerned about that throw for a moment, but we managed to make it, so no worries there. Okay, just a bit of a longer release. Shorter release. And how do we... Oh, we must have thrown that early. Too early to catch it a second time. Everything was looking much cleaner that time too, so... Bit of an unfortunate attempt. Down. Nope. Same mistake we make every time. We do need to repress it quickly enough to grab the spring, though. But since we're going to be down the same column as the airplane there, perhaps that's not as much of an issue as I'm making it out to be, but find out pretty quickly. Well, let's send it down. Nope. Red Knight, what is my favorite level so far and why is it documents? Well, I don't know. This one was also giving it a run for its money. Red Knight, I don't know if you've had a chance to play through it all yourself so far. Documents was, of course, amazing. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the mechanic or a rough idea of how it works, but it's absolutely batty. Okay. We were late on the spring throw anyway. That drop position, once we interacted with P, would not have really gone that well. Still have to play them? Yeah. Well, for me anyway, they've taken a lot longer than I expected. They were harder than it looked. Much longer than last year's set, or any previous GDQ set. In fact. Makers really went all out in this one because, you know, last year the runners just blew right through it and went half the allotted time, right? So, Electra Dude, welcome. Electra Dude, don't know if you've gotten a chance to do a full playthrough yet as someone who's also, well, I mean, a big Samuel player, as we well know. Oops. Samuel's been watching me wipe out on this for quite some time. There are certain things here that are harder than expected, which I kind of underestimated. Also precisely the kind of things that, of course, people like the GDQ runners are very good at, particularly the object handling, which we don't have very good muscle memory for, so... Nope, didn't repress that quickly enough. Didn't really estimate the time on a portal quickly enough, in fact. You did playtest an earlier version? Yeah, of course it counts. Although I don't know how complete that was at the time. Anyway, let's get moving on this. This looks promising. Oh, missed a P jump. Yeah. Doing P jumps while holding objects is not something I'm very accustomed to at all. P jumps are pretty easy in Maker 2 under most circumstances. But we've clearly been having trouble. One here. Again, because, you know, doing object handling at the same time tends to throw me off a bit. Throw me off a lot, actually. Yeah, once again, repressing too soon, so... We should just let go until we approach the piranha. It's very much not what my personal habit is when it comes to getting back on the dash button, but we just need to consciously correct for that, now that we know that that's definitely the mistake. Anyway, coming through. Nope. And we didn't even practice the soft drop correctly, so... Basically, we need a much more spacious button timing for letting go of Y and repressing Y. Requires me to break some very hard-coded habits when it comes to how to play Mario, so... Nope, just dropped inaccurately there. Dropped too low, in fact. Because I was trying to get the P-jump input lined up, and then it just took too long. Yeah. Okay, this is correct. Here we go. Bomb, please. Yeah. Are you ready? Not really. Red pipe. We were not ready. Guess we need to hold all the way. Level did warn me. There's one moment when I was particularly generous. I felt like I was nowhere near an entry pipe and it kind of gave me the teleport anyway. I felt like I just completely missed one and it gave me a little bit of a cushion. Well, I mean, you know, the ready was basically telling me look out for the red pipe, and then you got a pretty steep drop at that point. It's just hold left to that. That's okay, we'll just have to do it again. Learn from some mistakes. SGDQ 2023. Bomb, are you ready? Well, let's find out. Red pipe. We'll just hold left. 2, 1. I felt like I was coming in a bit low for that anyway. So maybe my initial timing on the first teleport was throwing me off regardless. That's how vertical teleports work, to cover the whole x-axis. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. So I don't know if that would affect my timing at all, or if the teleport exit point is going to be consistent no matter what the entry point is going to be. Nope, nope, nope. See, that's what happens when you just re-grab too quickly. That's what happens. Nope. If you hold a full jump all the way, you hit the block immediately. There we go. Okay, throws have been a lot cleaner all around. Are you ready? I can hold left coming into this, and we're going to keep ourselves off the jump button, so I'm ready to just tap jump. Oh, I see the P blocks there kind of giving me that notation. There we go. Yeah, hold left, stay off the jump button. That completes it. Okay. Right, midair. Let's see. Let's see if we can do it. We got 200 seconds to try it. Also, maybe not on this shell. That might be a bad idea. That's good, you get more mushrooms. And we need to, obviously, first of all, not die to that, and secondly, get into the pipe. Yeah, we need this. Wow. Not quite, let's not die. And yeah, a huge step up in difficulty from previous year for sure. Oh, that looks like a bit of a thrill there. Let's be careful. Well, I mean, you know, Sam will put this in here because he knew the runners could handle it. I'm sure. There we go. Well, that was satisfying. What's going on with this POW motif, by the way? We've noticed this throughout the entire level, that you've got these winged POWs that are just hanging around in claws. Is that necessary for the glitch to work, or is that just a decorative thing? I wasn't entirely clear on that. Anyway, we made it. That took entirely too long. I might have time for one more. We'll see. As Death Despise next. Sometimes those can be breezy, sometimes they're not. Because auto-scroll music platforming is surprisingly rough on me sometimes in ways that are unexpected. But we're going to put that in, and I think we will probably need a third stream to do the rest after that, but we'll see. In which case I'll try to continue tomorrow, because we have been streaming daily since the release of Zelda, and I'm eager to get back into Zelda. So possibly we'll just try to cram as much maker as we can. We will dial up one more for now, though, at least. And we'll see how much longer I can stay today. The whole magic of the glitch is winged pows and claws. I see. Yeah, it looked like it was some kind of essential part of the mechanism, but we basically needed to see. Okay. I'm going to toss this code into the chat since it is available. And also, Samuel, if you have an active upload, do feel free to share at any point. For people who want to grab the portal level, which was absolutely brilliant. It's too bad it's going to be largely inaccessible to people except without your coordination, because I think, otherwise it would have been a fairly major classic of Maker 2. Especially in terms of, just kind of taking glitch mechanics and actually elaborating upon it properly in a platforming context. That's been a story for a lot of these levels. It's where the potential of the game should always have been if Nintendo didn't so aggressively stomp on things. So, Springyard Zone. When in doubt, try going neutral. The Electric, you should be doing things. Well, have fun doing things. Anyway, good old poison mushrooms saving on the entity budget for instruments. Up above. Oh, you're supposed to spring upwards. Yeah, of course, I see that. The Mang bounce. As it were. And we're totally missing that. We do need to hang left a little bit. You can't just go straight up, I think. Despite the advisory that when in doubt you should go neutral. You can hang slightly left and push over. And then left, grab the POW. Spring again, and that'll follow the snake block and move you over to where you need to POW to hit the swamp. Okay. Yeah, Samuel, thanks for sharing that for people who want to grab it. Whoops. I don't know why I pressed R there for a spin jump. I think I still have some residual memory from the previous level, just kind of messing with me here. Yeah, cling onto that and drop. I knew I had to cling. I wasn't quite prepared for the next jump after that, but absolutely should have been. Whoops. Face left for that. Yeah. Hence, Springyard Zone. I know it's from Sonic. I think it's Sonic Free, but I don't know my classic Sonic very well, in fact. Which perhaps there's a way to fix with Sonic Origins Plus coming fairly soon later this month. Not that I have time for anything now that I'm playing Zelda. Yeah, you do need to face left into that bounce. And good night, Sam. And James D. And wishing both of you happy tears of the kingdom. Oops. Now I'm trying to face into that. That should be an interaction, right? But, well, gotta fix that timing. Whoops. I quite like this. I've played so many Death Despised music levels in the past, but this one's very mechanically focused as well. Very engaging. Why am I trying to hit the instrument? I should toss and then jump. Yeah, it's a toss and jump. It's a pretty obvious one, in fact. After being sufficiently traumatized by object throw notation in so many other levels, it's always a bit of a relief to not have it, although, you know, we're dying to missing a throw, so... We'll see how it goes. Whoops. Yeah, you kind of need to fall gently, lean into the coins. Whoops. The first S is a 5. Yeah, that's the thing, you know, Nintendo is so good about handling the I's and O's and such, but 5 and S is throwing me off constantly as somebody who has to enter codes from the queue or whatnot. Yeah, so bunch up against the question blocks facing right, fall facing left. It's a little bit time sensitive, but it works. We can do it. Late on that. Toss and jump. Yeah, good night, James D. Whoops. Yeah, Red Knight, definitely a good idea to grab that for your own stream. I don't know if you're running soon today. I know you are typically just after this time. Whoops. Face into that. Yeah, Red Knight, there are some other ones that are at risk of glitch deletion as well, so you might want to preemptively download them. Definitely the Quack and Goombud level, at the very least. It's still out. It hasn't encountered problems yet, but there's a decent potential that it will. I know some of the makers are concerned about some of the other ones as well, in spite of the fact that, like, the ones with the detector mechanisms should probably get by, because other detector levels have been fine in the past, but I know the makers, Keynes and Documented, were both concerned, I think, about potential deletion. But the ones that are the biggest risk, obviously, well, other than Samuel's level, which you know about already, the one to definitely grab offline would be the Goombud one. Oops, late on a jump. This row is fine, late on a jump. Bit of a bad angle there from a poor jump, but we'll try to fix that up. Nope. I'm trying to face accurately there, but did say something about when in doubt go neutral, but we'll see. Whoops. We'll see whether anything works the way we intend. Of course, if we make the trivial early jumps, that would be a significant boost to our progress. Yeah, we saw that I was supposed to fall into the bonsai build to continue, but we just missed it. I did see what was going on there, but it felt like I was falling a little bit behind the auto scroll and didn't quite manage to do it. Yep. Pulling back too early, of course. Yeah, just slightly time sensitive in terms of facing the right time. Shouldn't have let up on the jump there so much. I mean, we did have to have a controlled jump to drop in at the correct elevation there, but we pressed into it a little bit late. Well, we'll eventually bring some consistency out of that, if we can. Nope. Yeah, I just need to bunch up a good question blocks and then drop the way we normally would in a precision style drop where you just hit the wall and let go. Doesn't mean that there's a particular sequence now where we go right, neutral, left. And have to do so with a fairly controlled timing. And thus far we've been unable to execute. Nope. And of course we need the whole jump into that as well. I just haven't been very accurate. I do know how the bounce is supposed to feel in the hands, but got a lot more to do to work on that properly. When it comes to facing left early enough for that to register. Whoops. No, I am trying to face into that, but we're just not managing to get that in time. Yeah, I don't know what it is that's particularly tricky about that, but we'll get it. Holding in to the left a little bit too long this time. We do finally have to bounce at least, but I mean, that's not the last time we'll have to do that, so At least I don't think so. There we go. Up to the on-off switch, fall down to the bonsai bill. Now something's going to drop off the conveyor on the right side after the bonsai, and then that gives me the exit pipe. There we go, nice and clean. But we are not falling very well out of that. It is going to be a spring drop on the right side after we hit the bonsai. I think we hit the bonsai. I don't know if we hit the spring instead, but I don't think so. Yeah, I see what's happening there. Is that I'm facing left and I'm facing right, and I'm facing right too soon before we've actually hit the bounce. There we go, SGDQ. Checkpoint. Lost a bit of momentum because we were correcting for the poison mushrooms while careening towards them at full speed, so. This is going to be a spring grab in the top corner, and that's going to be followed by a thwomp chase. So it's going to be a very short hop off the double mushroom, so we have a good position to jump up to the top right immediately after. Feels like I'm way off the timing that I need to survive the thwomp, so. Maybe I'm falling down too straight there when I should be heading right. I'm not exactly sure. But I am kind of holding against the wall already. Yeah, we just need to hold right the whole time into the drop. I don't know how that could be improved, because it's chasing me like crazy, and maybe it's an immediate jump to just try to gain some space there, but it seems like I'm just way behind the thwomp activation. Okay, we can make it, we just need to not toss the object prematurely. We'll need to throw it on top of the muncher that's at the top right. The blocks are going to slow the swap in the thwomp chase. Or, well, I mean, no, nothing's going to slow the thwomp until the third blade. It's a very tight chase, but we're just barely out of the hitbox. We shouldn't be too worried about that as long as we get the jumps. And it's going to be a short bounce over there. We're going to pick up the next POW on the way up, and likely we have to toss it into the next big thwomp that we're going to be projecting ourselves towards. Oh, no, too late on the throw. Yeah, you pick up the POW and you probably have to whack that directly on your way down. Like I was saying. Then it's going to be falling platform over to the off switch. After the off switch, you fall down and pick up the next spring on the right side of the column afterwards. Thank you for the follow. And so maybe my notifications are working. I wasn't hearing them for raids earlier, so. And yeah, Luna, welcome. And then we have to get up to the POW there. And I thank you for the follow, Antboy, as well. Whoops, too late. You toss, you get on, project upwards. Everything is actually fairly understandable from there. It's just not executing. Yeah, the chase feels tight. It's not actually that close. We're overshooting a little bit on that jump. We just need to keep it nice and tight. Pick out a POW on the other side and whack it against the wall immediately, probably. And that is a double stack muncher, and so we'll have to see what the interaction is. Whoops. Might be a loose stack. We'll have to see. Obviously, we should spin a POW immediately against the wall. I think it has to be the case. Okay, we didn't do the reversal properly. I saw it coming, but again, the reaction time was a little bit off. So. No, hang on. Immediate here. Whoops. Completely failed to bounce once again. Chess Bunzo. Let me give you a quick shadow once I have an opportunity to pause this. Chess Bunzo last playing crosswords. Also, Chess Bunzo, I hope your tournament experiences recently have been good. I know you've been doing a little bit of Scrabble travel. And Dustin Dude, welcome as well. Yeah, I regretted not being able to make either Montreal or Niagara. But we had a lot going on. I kind of precluded myself from travel, so... Looked like everybody else had fun, though. I mean... Niagara is a tournament I'd attended in the past, and always found that to be a wonderful destination. Yeah, it seemed like, you know, more and more of the streaming community is showing up to events, and you know, Chess Bunzo, I was reading something today about Hikaru Nakamura kind of getting his classical rating back up to world number 2, and mostly I was thinking about how our good friend Extra Typo has been kind of achieving something similar this year with like his level of play seemingly just, you know, taking off from where it was before. It just with a lot of regular engagement with the game by streaming. And that's probably some kind of clue, you know? Whoops. And whoops. Streaming is clearly the way to get good. Well, I mean, it's going to deliver content either way, but something about it is, I think it's good for the mindset, perhaps, and for retaining one's interest in the game in a very healthy way. Like, past a certain point, right? Particularly for people at the top level in Scrabble, where they have seen the whole dictionary many times over, that, you know, the word study going into 9s and 10s and such, yeah, it'll get you some big plays, but it's a very marginal gain in performance in some ways that's very situational, and it could make the difference, and sometimes it does. But the kind of attention that is also given to analysis and explanation of the game, and also just kind of keeping with it regularly and getting a lot of playtime in, that certainly adds up to something, especially with the amount of game analysis that has been, and annotation that's been shown off in Extra Typo stream. Which is something that people didn't really used to get much of firsthand. You know, you could read through the cross tables annotations and so on, but that's after the position has already been looked at in a way, right? Like, the process is something that I think is really important to walk through. And clearly, there's a lot of people who have been kind of hanging out in the streaming community too, that have just seen their ratings skyrocket this year. Okay, we've missed this bounce every time. We're facing, again, away from the bounce much too soon. No, every time. Every time. I am supposed to face into it. We've gotten the bounce before, but we just don't have the timing down to make it happen. Oops. Did I finish solid? Not even close. I'm maybe halfway. Not even close. I'm continuing to keep with it almost daily if I can until I can do it. But I'm beginning to think that it's actually so much content at this point that I may have to slow down a bit and just kind of stretch it out over the year, almost. I actually underestimated how much time I would be spending with it, and I expected it to be huge. So, no, I'm taking a break from Zelda this weekend, and this weekend only, because many friends of the stream contributed levels like the one you're looking at right now to the Summer Games Done Quick speedrun festival that was ongoing earlier this week, and so there was a Mario Maker relay race that was very prominent, one of the biggest public events for Mario Maker, in fact, and a lot of people in our community were involved in content creation for it, and so kind of doing a much less skillful showcase of this content than what the runners were able to demonstrate at the SGDQ event yesterday. It's been nice to showcase a lot of this stuff. And also my privilege to have many of the makers come and hang out here. Although we've been noticeably playing this rather poorly in parts. Anyway, SGDQ, there's another clear. Well, we just had so many people coming in with another raid. Let's stay for another one. Let's see if we can do a little more. I don't expect I'll actually finish the set today, because we have 4 more to go, and some of them look quite difficult. But we have so many viewers, we'll stick with it. We'll stay as long as we can, maybe another hour, I don't know. And if we're not finished, we'll probably do a double stream with wrapping up Mario Maker content followed by Zelda, hopefully tomorrow. But at any rate, definitely this week. So let's keep at it. Let's do another one. And Josh Bones, maybe we'll try to get to you after all, but you know, you'll find out pretty quickly if we don't. Anyway, I played a lot of Death Despised music levels, as I've said before, but he really did bring his A game with this one. Very satisfied with that one, so. Just an absolute gem. Great timings all around. All kinds of momentum control for us to crash against. Let's take a look at the next one, which is going to be by Eli, who I'm actually very behind on catching up with his levels, but we did used to play a fair bit of his. Definitely one of the makers who is often very heavily featured on Supernova stream again, which is also how we know a lot of his work. But you know, people have recommended Eli's levels to me all the time, and I'm very much behind on what he's been making though. So here's Tumblestone Crumble. This level is groundbreaking. Let's break some ground. So this level and the previous one were part of the kind of finale set in the GDQ run, where there were basically 5 levels that were stitched together as a part of a continuous final race. So I think the difficulty tuning on these might be a little easier than some of the previous ones, but actually, since, you know, one of the teams didn't even finish, one of the last ones would have said that we shouldn't be too complacent about it. The set all around in this event has been pretty challenging. It was supposed to be a spin jump off of the swamp, obviously, before the spike ball came in, but we just missed that. Hopefully not too many ground pound cancels or anything like that, because we're notoriously bad at those. But yeah, a lot of wall jumps to get ahead of the spike ball. This oddly reminds me of a spike ball centric level by Mr. Electrodude, actually, who was just here not long ago. Let's do a jump through there as well. In terms of having a continuous spike ball that you kind of escort through the level to clear the path. That was kind of a shell level. This one is not, obviously, but this central idea of maintaining a spike ball to clear a path is definitely quite versatile. Allows for a lot of different designs. Whoops, missed it. We keep thinking that we have to jump around the right side of the one-way panel, and that's obviously not true. You can just jump through it and then tuck back against it. Something about the one-way panel artwork always throws me off when it comes to that. We don't mentally parse the transparency very well. Oops. Oops. Yeah, that's why we wrap around, is because I otherwise pull back a little bit too early. We want to guarantee that we get on the other side of the one-way. Should have been a spin jump off the spike ball to get to the other side. I just saw that a bit late because of the delay on the swamp drop.
A little bit early on that. Pretty much need to spin it right before the platform breaks. Oops. Need a bit more forward momentum going into that bounce, I think. A little bit hard to come by given that position, but we'll figure out a way to make it work. Yeah, you kind of need some right to left momentum getting into that landing. We're just not getting it. Either that or we have to get a second bounce off of the spike ball, which I suspect might be the case. That one bounce into first position just isn't enough. I have to look at that again to see if that's the case, or if it has become inaccessible already at that point. Because we didn't really take the time to read that properly. Yeah, so the spike ball gets a little bit closer as it tumbles off, and so there is an opportunity to get a second bounce that's closer to the boost stack. And it should be able to get me over. Pretty tight corners and landings here that will have to negotiate. Oops. Whoa, way too low that time. Didn't see that baby sound effect before. That was an unusual touch. There we go. Over. Almost. Backed out a little too soon, but that was clearly correct. That you do want a second bounce in a spike ball to correct for any distance problems. Whoops. Whoops. I was trying not to spin that actually. I was trying to jump off and then get a twirl ready, but that was just a bit of a missed input. Actually, I was trying to twirl into position, that's what I was doing. And hit the wall a little bit too close. Maybe I should be doing a spin off of that, but I think... Yeah, given the arc there... Spin wall jump is something we should consider more often, not in this position though. I see what's going on. Is that I have a habit of, whoops. First of all, forgetting the on-off switch, and secondly, trying to correct what a spin to stall before I hit a wall jump. And so, if I get close to the wall, that gets me into some trouble. Whoops. This. Because it gets me a spin wall jump when I expect a regular jump, and it throws me off slightly. I do see what I'm doing here. And yeah, you're looking familiar. Wonder who made this one. Okay. Whoops. Anyway, here we go. Up. Wait, no, you need a double tap. Yeah, of course. One tap to clear the column, and another tap to open it up again. Reacted a bit late to that. Did I watch the race live? Yeah, I did. I Still find most of these levels a pretty fresh playthrough, though. It's amazing how much I've forgotten about certain solutions and interactions. But I did watch the race live yesterday. It actually delayed my stream for a few hours because I wanted to watch her finish first. We played the first 5 levels yesterday, and I've been working on as many as we can today, although I don't know if I'll actually finish. If I don't finish, we'll try to be back for more tomorrow for the ones remaining after this one. It's 3 more, I think. DPC, Josh Bones, and Sauce Power. Oops. Yeah, the Goombud one was the hardest one for me so far. I also spent quite a bit of time on all of the ones today, actually. But particularly, I hit a certain roadblock in Supernovas, and also one in the Samuel Portal level, although it's more that I've been pretty rusty in this game. I've been playing Zelda almost exclusively for the past few weeks, and so turns out throwing objects is something that isn't as second nature as it used to be. But yeah, I've really been enjoying this on the whole. Taking it as a bit more of a casual experience, casual patient experience. What was seen? I wonder why the block is crashing there. We didn't have that previously. Is the flop being dropped too late, maybe? Oh, whoops, too late. Yeah, most of you who are contributing to this have pretty recognizable maker styles at this point, and some people who are working and expanding ideas from previous streams. I need to double tap this. Previous creations, rather. So, it's kind of fun to watch that in action, just, you know, seeing new material for makers that still look very familiar, and in a context where it's very much tuned for the runners. And the very noticeable gain in difficulty this year after the runners just absolutely blew through last year's set. Yeah, it's going to be a double tap, but we need to do it in such a way that we don't do that. Possibly we might even do a second activation with a spin jump with a spike ball if we're running too far behind, but I think we can get ahead of that and double tap before that happens. Maybe. Yeah, needed to get ready for the spin jump after that. That gets you over to the blue platform on the right. Whoops. Yeah, I need to break this habit of like trying to twirl before the wall jump all the time. That's... I think I've been a little paranoid about our elevation gain. Which is why I've been doing it. Whoops. Yeah, so the boo is placed in such a way that you do need, I think, the spike ball on the upper row before it falls off. That's kind of the deadline for making it over. So there's a particular timing window right here. And because the ball kind of thrusts its way over, I think you do need to spin jump over the ball in the second interaction then just to stay on track, but I'm not completely clear. This little acceleration over there did catch me by surprise because we weren't watching the conveyors. yeah, we're way out of position for that. Conveyor is something that I haven't been compensating for. It means that the second on-off activation is something I really do need to watch carefully. Trying to get a spin jump after the second jump there, and because the idea is that I'm going to spin jump 2 to right and get ahead of the spike ball as it comes over to conveyor. So I think I do 2 regular jumps, tap the on-off switch twice, and try to spin jump 2 to right. Was correct, I just didn't go far enough. And after the blue platform, spike ball is going to get launched by a milk block down below. Whoops. Whoa, completely missed. Almost. Got bunched up a little too hard against the wall there. And I have to hit the spike ball as it's coming out of the conveyor. Just when it becomes a valid target. Whoops. Completely out of position. Too slow in the second jump, obviously. I saw that coming as soon as I hit the button. Whoa. I wonder why I was so far off in the twirl there. That was unfortunate. Just feeling a little bit sluggish on the button presses today, perhaps, but that's what happens when you are as rusty as I've been lately. Nope. Almost. Basically, the right tile of the spike ball, of the saw blade rather, is our target as the spike ball emerges. Whoops. Well, let's try this again. Oh. Not quite. I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. That was... If I was going to attempt that at all, that had to be between the blades, not directly on it. But let's not make too many changes here to establish patterns that should work instead. And let's get back to the regular jump. Yeah, I really don't need the air stall here. I don't know why I keep doing it. Nope, a little bit too late in that to get enough horizontal momentum. No, too late. At that point, I probably should just go for a spin. No, just too sluggish in the jump button once again. Just not very responsive there on my part. It's a thumb problem, not a controller problem. Just being a bit slow on the button presses to get in the right position. Too slow once again. Yeah, I think maybe that method isn't going to work. Like, I think maybe a double spin leaning hard to the right is better. Let's try it that way. No. No, not nearly enough momentum going forward if it's going over the conveyor that quickly. The conveyor does throw me off like crazy. But even though we know it's coming. We probably should get over to the on-off switch a little sooner than I've been doing. I think I need to buy time ahead of the spike ball in order for that to feel comfortable. And we haven't really been doing that. Like right here. Ah, okay, and then you take the spin up there. The spin is actually going to get ahead of the blue platform. Platform kind of gives you a target, but because you're still in a spinning state at that point, you ride the spike ball up and you have to follow the coin trail past that. But isn't it supposed to survive? I don't know, because maybe we're at the end of the segment. Don't actually remember. But yeah, you ride a spike ball up, you bounce over to the coin trail, head on up, and then to see what happens after that. Oops. Nope, trying to get a spin and I just slipped right off the corner. Again, just need to get her faster. I need to be a lot more responsive about jumping up the switches. We don't want to do the spin into that because we won't get the wall jump. Oops. That was maybe the right idea, but just a poor position too far to the left of the ball. We just need to make a lot of these smaller adjustments as we proceed. There we go. A little bit off target there. I had a right idea, but just undershot. Yeah, there we go. That works too. I think we're a little behind pace at this point. Get back on pace here. Nope, missed a second bounce on the on-off switch. A little bit of improvisation there that went quite badly. Only thrown off the usual timing that I'd come to expect. No, too early. And once again, I have a couple of habits to break over here. Oops. Whoops, completely falling off. There we go. Okay, we should have landed on a spike ball. We actually did land on a platform ahead of it, which is not what we want. We almost certainly want a spike ball ride. But the positioning a bit off. I could have gone left a bit there. Not that far left. Maybe the idea is that if you go quickly enough, you land on the platform first and then get another spin jump onto the spike ball, but we're not that fast. We're likely going to go straight from ball to ball, so. Again, much too slow on the second jump. We haven't been particularly crisp about that. That is something we'll have to fix. Yeah, estimating conveyor timing is something we'll just have to basically do by instinct. Not exactly something that I'm capable of calculating on the fly. Oops. Okay. And the landing a bit too far to the left that time because of the solid position, so. The timing felt comfortable that time though. One of the more comfortable runs, in fact, in terms of where we were standing. But it's such a precise location in terms of which column you have to hit there to get up to spike ball that I'm throwing us off quite a bit. No. Yeah, you basically have to hit the left column of the background semi-solid. That's the one we should be looking for. And again, pulled back in the jump a little bit too much because I didn't want to overshoot onto the blue platform, but you know, they just ended up giving me more trouble, so. Almost. We were just a little bit late on getting back down to the last bounce before the ball expired. Hit the wall a little bit too closely. That was actually the best attempt yet, though, I think. And this is only segment 1, too. We might have some ways to go. much too late on that. We can see the problems coming. Again, we know which column to aim for. Timing actually would have worked out if we had aimed that accurately, instead of trying to go too far left towards the saw blade. Oh, no, double tap, of course. Yeah, I do like the visual clarity that we see here. Coin trails are nice, not over-indicated. Things are reasonably clear. And of course, it's just a lot of the timing and spacing that we have to figure out for ourselves as we go. And that's just playing Mario. That's what it is. Okay, that's a correct column. Seems like we landed on the blue platform ahead of the collision, which is not ideal. I feel like it's maybe tuned for slightly faster players who are able to land on the blue platform and get a spin jump off of it immediately, but it's clearly not the timing that we've been able to make, so we'll see what feels the most comfortable. Nope. Again, I don't know if that timing is going to cooperate with me, but we'll have to see. No, too far to the right and you just don't manage to get over the column, so. Oh, taking too long on that. Want a hint? Not yet. Thanks for offering, but we'll crash against it a little more and see if there's an adjustment I can make. That was almost it. We just needed to do short bounce and a second bounce. And that would have been absolutely correct. Unless we just want to overshoot to the right to begin with and get a jump off of the platform, which is perhaps what it's there for, but maybe we shouldn't be waiting for the ball for the spin at all. We just try to get ahead of it after the second on-off tap and jump over to the blue platform immediately. And waiting for the spike ball to go over the conveyor is maybe just a residual action that I have from playing poorly on the occasion. So for example, you do this. That was probably the hint, wasn't it? Yeah, see, that's what happens when you get locked into a certain pattern of thinking after iterating on many attempts and, you know, doing little patch-up fixes without rethinking the interaction from scratch. Because that actually feels much, much better, and it makes the blue platform make a lot more sense. See, that's why we didn't want to hit, so I could figure that out by myself. Want a mint? Yeah, actually I do. I could use one at this point. It might have struck with the commentary a little bit, but we already had a mint earlier in this level. We had a donkey mint. Or donkey mint incorporated. Yeah, considering how long we were crashing against that, I really should have just gone back to fundamentals with it and attempted to do it the sensible way. But we had a moment like that with the Keynes level as well, with the boss fight, in fact, where I kept on trying a rather difficult iframe timing with it that was actually fairly easy to simplify. If only I'd stopped to think about it. Oops. No, losing too much momentum. I do need forward momentum going into the second bounce, which is I haven't estimated its position very well up to this point. This will almost certainly be the last one I can cover today, incidentally. I think the 3 remaining levels will indeed wait for the next stream, and if we finish them early, we'll do Zelda. If we don't finish them early, well, that just means we'll have a very full-size experience. We won't think too hard about what it means that what was 2 hours worth of relay race content is taking me about a dozen hours of solo. That's a much worse ratio than in years past where it was practically 1-to-1. What is this? Off switch. How do I get there? Ice blocks down below. Am I missing something that melts them, or what's going on with that column? Let's go back there and see. Icicle drop and a muncher, those, right? Then the munchers would perhaps deflect a spike ball and let me get up to the on-off switch. I don't know. I feel like we're supposed to, whoops, probably do an icicle drop there in order to, or maybe not. Like the icicle would permit the spike ball from rolling underneath so the munchers don't get in the way, but perhaps it's placed there to kind of complete the wall over the on-off switch. I don't know about that, actually. We should go back and see. What I also like about this level is that while the bottom of the level consists entirely of spikes, because that's what's necessary to block off the player while the spike ball is doing its business, that you have munchers for the upper obstructions, just for clarity. Yeah, no, you can't actually get up to the icicle until the spike ball breaks its way over, so we need to rethink that, for sure. I feel like I'm about to see it, probably. I just need to get back there, that's really all it is. I just need to read it properly. You do have a bit of a tunnel vision problem sometimes, though, after a certain point. So there's the first icicle with the muncher that kind of blocks me off. We need to look at it carefully and analyze. Oops. Too late in that. Because I feel like something is supposed to perhaps manipulate the layout such that I have something like the spike ball to jump off towards the on-off switch. I'm able to project it upwards or something, but that doesn't really look to be the case. Yeah, I'm thinking I might have to give it a pause because it's a fair bit to look at once. I was thinking that too, for sure. On-off switch. Icicle with muncher on the left side. So we're standing at 2 coin blocks over here. Why coin blocks? I might be obstructing something on the right side as well. If we stay on this spike ball for as long as possible. Let's see. It's not an icicle that I can break. There's something that is probably supposed to get up to the muncher. So if I'm able to get a spike ball to bounce up to the muncher, that is on the left side, then it would roll off in such a position that I would be able to hit the on-off switch, and then it continues with the rest of the interaction, breaking the platform below. But then how do I do that? We would need to elevate it somehow above the muncher, and if it's going over the conveyor belt down low, I think that's not going to happen. So there's something else here that I've missed. Something else to jump on. I didn't see it, but probably something obvious like the other one I missed earlier. Whoops. Yeah, because none of the icicles there look droppable, so although at a glance, sometimes it's hard to pick out the shading. Okay, Spikeball's gonna come over and smash into me right away. Spin jump's not gonna get me over to the auto switch, but what if I really don't see it, but yeah, you think I'm overthinking it. I mean, I usually do. We really do need to get an overthinking emote in this channel. I gotta get on that, because it's too useful. Just spinning on a spike ball isn't going to get me nearly far enough to hit the on-off, though. Whoa, didn't drop the spot. little bit slow in that double tap there. Okay. Spike ball comes down, hits the springs. The snake block is unavailable to me at that point, though. I can't just get on it. Like, maybe I'm just supposed to go fast. Get over there. But it's going to be the off state still, so why would we be waiting for the spike ball? That area. A muncher on top of icicle in the elevation that I actually want if I want to hit the on off switch, which we don't have. Because basically, like, you have the coins there, ice coin plus the coins above that. I don't see it. I absolutely don't see it. Well, let's crash against it some more. The woman making calculations. I don't know if I do, actually. I'll have to look that up, or you'll have to send it to me, because I don't know how easily searchable that is. So you've got a big up arrow going towards the on-off switch. Is there a P switch somewhere that would activate the coins for me, or... No, I don't see anything like that. The spike ball's coming along this way. You know what, let's just spin jump on the spike ball and see if I get enough elevation. Spin jump on the spike ball at the coin column. I might be falsely assuming that I'm not getting enough height off of it, but... Supposed to hit the invisible propeller suit box and fly over the level. I was beginning to think that. It's not new soup without it. Whoa, we completely missed. I wish the mini mushroom were in this game. Mini mushroom, definitely one of the outstanding innovations of SMBDS, which I was talking about earlier in the stream. Yeah, that reminds me, Supernova. If you haven't found it already, I really should look up the number of that NSMB screen wrap level. I was very glad that the mini mushroom got his due in the feature film. No, we don't have nearly enough height. There's no way. Absolutely no way. It'll be funny when I see it. That's, you know, partly the purpose of suffering through it this way, that it'll at least be funny when I see what's going on here. So that advances. It's a wall jump. It's a wall jump. That's all it was. Supernova. Let me permit the link, please. Yeah. And regardless, I'm going to click through it right now, so... You see, I'm used to that kind of moment by now, particularly because we've been playing Zelda. And Tears of the Kingdom is full of that kind of stuff where, you know, you spend ages building experimental aircraft only to realize that all you needed to do was like walk this way or jump this way, and you still get the satisfaction of overspending on building totally unnecessary experimental aircraft, but there's definitely that moment at the end where you go, oh, okay. And so it's been a very familiar feeling lately. Very, very familiar. Oops. Yeah, Supernova, it was just an image linker, so I just posted in Discord. I assume everybody here already has way too many Discord channels to track, but if you want an additional server to know about and lurk, you're certainly welcome to ours. I find I have an unmanageable number of channels or servers I'm watching at any given time. I'm sure it's true of everyone here as well, but just in case. You have pictures of people overthinking to share with their Super Mario Galaxy brains. If I can get some kind of emote that conveys the notion of a Super Mario Galaxy brain, perhaps that's what we should go with. I'm going to talk to Lecter or somebody, see what he can come up with. Okay, we took way too long on all this. Wall jump, we just completely missed it. Not looking at the one-way panel. Yeah, this is an excellent level. We got roadblocked on just the simplest stuff. You know, wall jumps, what are those? And then we've spent the whole level up to that point doing wall jumps. Whoops. Supernova? Oh yeah, of course Lecter's still around. He's been taking a break from Maker stuff for the most part, I think, but which is totally understandable given all the weight he pulled for 7MMC. Whoops, come back. No. That's also a familiar feeling from Tears of the Kingdom, by the way, just stuff rolling away from me. Usually Korok's rolling away from me, or flying off on gliders that I built and launched incorrectly. I want to find my friend. I was telling somebody yesterday that Tears of the Kingdom is the best representation of a playable Wile E. Coyote in video games. It's literally what it is. You build these massive Acme-branded flying contraptions to, you know, chase down Roadrunner meat or whatever, and use it in your cooking, and wind up dropping your own vehicles on yourself in most spectacular ways. Particularly if you're like me and you're playing without the paraglider. It just falls from preposterous elevations. people in the emulator scene, I feel like a Wile E. Coyote mod in the artwork is just something that has to happen at some point. Oops, missed ground pound. We were too close. Too close to the on-off switch when we were directly above it for the ground pound to succeed. So that just completely whipped and over the edge we went. I think I've been lowering everybody's clear rate at this point. Of course, the sample size would be skewed towards players who are attentive to playing levels from GDQ, and I'm sure that people have been adding up the numbers a little bit just for me to sync them. We're still in segment 1 in this. It's not even that hard. Oops. But of course we've been, you know, crashing into those overthinking moments. I feel like I definitely overused the air stall. But of course there's a bit of a timing control here as the spike ball is over this way. I am supposed to land safely there and then spin jump back in the spike ball and do short spins across, I think. But we'll see. We'll see if we can finish it today. I'd like to finish this level and then probably end from there, and then we'll continue, but if I don't finish it, then obviously we'll just have to get a revenge next time. It's actually sitting with one of the higher clear rates right now, as far as I know from entering the level. That was sitting at like 3% or something, which is not reflective of my experience. But like I said, sample is going to be skewed and also too small to be statistically noteworthy. Whoops. Force section sends you back to checkpoint 1 if you missed a Trump jump. Yeah, exactly. Well, it just means we'll get lots of practice in section 1. There you go. That, of course, was section 2. Well, now I understand the higher clear rate, because this is actually one of the shorter levels. I mean, this is a pretty budget-heavy layout that you have when you're using so many munchers to denote things you cannot jump onto make them visually distinct from the spikes down below, which again, I was saying, is something I appreciate quite a bit. I think it's very visually clear. Especially if you're like me and you just can't stand a spike tile artwork. Just having it out of the way as part of the ground is basically where it belongs. Spike ball turns out to be pretty lethal. I think we discovered that, but, you know. Obviously, we're going to try to jump the spike ball at the end to get the top of the flag, right? Like I said.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
And Josh Bones, you were saying all the levels and inflated clear levels, clear rates at the start because we're first cleared by the people who tested them. Yeah, exactly. I expect that to be the case with a lot of projects like this. And so, 4 seconds off the record. Yeah, we're not shaving that, obviously, but. Thanks for passing along the clips, Supernova. I will look at them after the stream. And yeah, we were doing so much air stalling in that. I mean, there's a couple of points at which the spike ball is going to control the player's timing anyway, in terms of things it has to break open before you proceed, but obviously we were taking it pretty patiently. And I think I probably dropped the clear rate pretty substantially anyway. Which is okay. That's just how we roll. Just like a spike ball. That is it for today. We have DPC Josh Bones as Sauce Power left to go. Because Josh Bones, you'll probably want to know this, our start time recently has been 8 Pacific, 11 Eastern, roughly. And we have been running daily ever since Zelda release. I'm hoping to continue that tomorrow, but we'll see if that's possible. But that's just, you know, for your reference in case you're able to drop by again, because it would be great to have you here for your level. And I'm sure it will take way too long on DPCs before yours anyway. So, thank you so much, Eli, for dropping by and getting to witness the various convolutions that we went through to make a mess of the state switches and other obstacles. And credit today to the many raids we got. We got 4 raids at Mr. Game, All Games All Day, Zypher, Chichiri, Chess Bunzo. A lot of them have dropped off to sleep long ago by this point, but thank you to everybody who came along with them, and definitely appreciated the attention today as we took these levels much more patiently than the players and audience for which they were originally designed. So, yeah, and Josh Bones, if you're not around, the VODs will be available. I always cut a permanent VOD of Maker content whenever I can. And hopefully everything was functional today. I didn't see anybody complaining, and so hopefully sound and video were all actually fine for a change. I think some of the technical issues have settled down over the last week or so. That's it. We're going to send you on to somebody else. We'll determine who that is very, very soon. And thanks for watching. My pleasure to play these as always, and it's always fun to have the makers present. And yeah, I was thinking that Redknight, given his usual time, was probably going to get on right at the tail end of ours, so that is almost certainly going to be our destination. I had that in mind, so we'll drop by over there, and you can have a continuation of the Maker Party. Thank you so much for watching, and until we meet again, rather, probably tomorrow, if I can make it work. Enjoy whatever it is you're playing. Thank you once again for the levels, and for the event the whole GDQ package and everything, and fairly well.